making evaluation of recording systems and the footage that's recovered from surveillance systems, comparisons in some cases, and examining those systems to make sure they're operating correctly.
Did you start your focus in this area of forensic video acquisition and analysis prior to joining the Technology-Based Crimes Unit in 2009?
Yes, from 1998 until 2009, I was a member of the Major Case Unit Robbery Homicide. And this forensic video analysis and acquisition came as a result of my casework in there. In 2002, I introduced to the Cobb County Police Department an idea that we could do better with surveillance video that we were receiving. And at that time, I promoted the idea of purchasing a nonlinear video editing suite of tools and hardware. Nonlinear video editing suite of tools. We did make that purchase, and I was trained with that vendor that we made the purchase from, and then began an introduction into the training and utilization of those tools. That was in the video cassette days, when surveillance video was non-digital, and then have progressed into current day technology with digital surveillance.
You've referenced some training that you've had. Approximately how many hours of training have you received in the field of forensic video acquisition and analysis over the years?
I would say over 200 hours. Much of it early on I didn't necessarily keep up with, but there were some of that is vendor training, and some of it is technical training through organizations such as the Law Enforcement and Emergency Services Video Association. Acronym for that is LEVA. They're one of the primary areas for receiving training. Attended a couple of their conferences, 2002 and 2003. These are week-long conferences usually with workshops in the evenings or on the weekend before the actual conferences start. So that's a number of hands-on type training situations, plus reading the vendors' work and the scientific working group on imaging. Is also a good resource for learning these skills.
Excellent. You've also referenced that you promoted the suite of tools for Cobb County Police Department to use. Is there a specialized tool that's more prominent today that you use when conducting forensic video acquisition and analysis?
Yes. Currently there's a Axon. The company Axon has purchased what was a tool that we had bought at Cobb County called Input Ace, and now Axon has purchased that company. It's now called Investigate Pro, and it's a suite of software that we still use for digital surveillance video analysis.
And is that suite of tools from Investigate Pro approved by industry standards such as LEVA?
It does meet industry standards.
Now, the steps in acquiring video and analyzing video and the results that you achieve thereof, are those able to be repeated by somebody who has your same training and skill?
Yes, it's one of the goals when I approach a case is that any work product as a result of my analysis, that work product could be repeated by someone with my same skill set and the same software or hardware.
How many hours of your time currently is spent with forensic video acquisition and analysis?
Pretty much 100% of my time. I don't work full time. It is a part-time job, but basically 29 hours a week. Yeah.
And have you spent roughly 29 or more hours a week on this focus since about 2009?
Well, from 2009 until my retirement, it was
full-time,
split between mobile device forensics and forensic video analysis, but and that was full time. Since I've been back, it's only when my time is more limited.
Sure. How many cases have you handled that have involved forensic video acquisition analysis, approximately?
Well, into the hundreds. I've calculated at one point some years ago about 125 cases a year when I was full time. I don't necessarily log each one, but as a primary function, it's hundreds.
How many hours of video have you acquired and analyzed over the course of your career?
Well, each one of those cases, and in many circumstances, the casework may involve a single system, but that's fairly unusual. It usually leads to the need for pulling video from other sources, and so many cases may contain 5, 10, 20 locations where you've pulled video from, whether it's pertinent or not to the case, but it's thousands of hours.
Have you ever been tendered as an expert in video acquisition and analysis?
I have.
Okay. How many times?
Dozens.
And does that include here in Cobb County?
It does, primarily for Cobb County.
Judge, we had no problem tendering him as an expert.
Wonderful. We'll go ahead and tender him as an expert in forensic video acquisition and analysis.
Right, and so Detective Smith will be treated as an expert in forensic video analysis and acquisition.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Now, as part of were you involved in this investigation of the murders of Justin and Amber Hicks?
I was.
What was your primary function in this investigation?
It is normally the case where I will learn of these types of incidents normally the day after, and I'll be briefed on circumstances or needs where they believe that I may be able to fulfill a role. In this case, it was the role of determining if there were surveillance video that could play a role in determining potentially access and egress from the location of the crime, and for any vehicles or persons that might be seen in the area.
In this particular case, did you, along with other detectives, conduct a canvass of the residential neighborhood?
A canvass was conducted, yes, and I did participate in that.
And as a result, were surveillance videos or surveillance video footage recovered from a number of residences?
Yes, video was recovered from several locations.
Your Honor, at this time, per the stipulation, the state is going to tender State's Exhibit 462. In stipulation number 5, it reads that State's Exhibit 462 is a true and accurate copy of the surveillance video footage recovered from 581 Delphinium Boulevard, Acworth, Georgia, 30102. The state is also going to move to tender State's 463. Per stipulation number 6, it reads State's Exhibit 463 is a true and accurate copy of the surveillance video footage recovered from 5064 Verbena Drive, Acworth, Georgia, 30102. The state is also moving to tender State's Exhibit 464. Per stipulation 7, State's Exhibit 464 is a true and accurate copy of the surveillance video footage recovered from 5050 Verbena Drive, Acworth, Georgia, 30102. So we're moving on States 462, 463, and 464.
Defense?
That's correct, Judge. We've got an opportunity to view those, and that's per stipulation.
Great, thank you. State's Exhibits 462, 463, and 464 as stipulated in paragraphs 5, 6, and 7 are omitted.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Now, Detective, did you recognize the addresses I just named?
I did.
All right, and have you personally gone through and analyzed the surveillance footage recovered from those 3 locations?
I have, yes.
In doing so, did you create smaller clips of pertinent time frames?
Yes, I did.
All right, and prior to testifying, did you have the opportunity to look at 465 called concatenated surveillance video.
Yes, I did.
And did you recognize all of these smaller clips contained within that folder on the state's master drive?
Yes.
Are all of those video clips, did all of those originate from State's Exhibit 462, 463, and 464, the complete surveillance videos from those 3 addresses?
Yes.
At this time, State moves to tender States 465 into evidence, and for the record, within States 465, they are labeled A through O.
Okay. State's Exhibit 465 as labeled A through O are omitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Next, Detective, I'd like to show you State's Exhibit 475 through 478. I know you looked at these prior to testifying, but they were not numbered at the time, so I'll give you another opportunity.
Yes, I recognize them as the same images I looked at earlier.
Okay, and these images, are these maps?
Yes.
And do these maps include the addresses where surveillance video was acquired?
Yes, they do.
And then are those fair and accurate maps showing this general neighborhood and area in addition to the addresses in which you acquired video?
Yes.
State moves to tender States 475 through 478.
Any objections?
No, Your Honor, we view those. Thank you.
Thank you. States 475 through 478 are omitted.
May I publish these, Your Honor?
Yes.
All right, so we are going to start with States Exhibit 475 here. You have your little TV in front of you as well, Detective. So in States 475, what are the 2 addresses that are identified on this map?
5059 Verbena Drive and 600 Delphinium Boulevard.
And the 5059 Verbena address, whose residence was that?
The Hicks residence at the time.
And then the 600 Delphinium, what was the significance of that address?
It's the Lanz residence at the time.
And despite the Lanz residence having a Delphinium Boulevard address, what street did their driveway come off of?
On Verbena Drive.
And then the Hicks's residence, where is their driveway located?
On Verbena.
And so that, where I'm indicating the 2 driveways on Verbena?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, since we are going to see some footage kind of further up the street, I want to look at States 476 here. Are you, I know it's not pinned, but do you also still see 5059 Verbena and 600 Delphinium?
Yes.
If you travel north up Verbena, were there any other addresses of interest where we will be seeing surveillance video?
I believe 5064
Okay.
Verbena Drive is visible in that, just out of the curve.
Right here.
I believe so.
Okay. And so it's on the opposite side of the street as our 2 primary residences.
It is.
And then kind of to really get our bearings here, looking at States 477 here, what is the major roadway that these neighborhoods are, or this neighborhood is off of?
Bells Ferry Road.
Now from Bells Ferry Road, can you take Larkspur to get onto Verbena and make it down to the 2 addresses of interest?
Yes, you could.
And then is there also a way to access these addresses from Delphinium Boulevard?
Yes, Delphinium runs directly off of Bells Ferry.
And are those the 2 primary entry and exit points for Bells Ferry from this
Yes.
neighborhood? And then finally, jumping ahead a little, we will be looking at video from 581 Delphinium. Where is 581 Delphinium?
581 in this image is at the corner of Dahlia Way and Delphinium Boulevard.
Okay.
And in this image on the Acworth, or the northern side of the roadway.
Okay, and so is this where I'm pointing right here?
Yes, that is 5.
Okay, and so kind of similarly, despite that it has a Delphinium address, where does its actual driveway hit?
On Dahlia Way.
And going back just briefly to states 477 here. Oh, here we go. Okay. Although it's not marked, is this tiny little cul-de-sac?
Yes, that's Dahlia Way on the north side of the roadway.
Okay. And so if you cross Dahlia Way, can you make it back out onto Bellsbury?
Yes.
Now that we have our bearings a little bit here, oh, and you know, I should go back briefly. We look at State's Exhibit 475. What residence is directly across from the Hicks's residence?
5050 Verbena Drive has a driveway that is directly across the street from the 5059 Verbena Drive location.
Is that one of the videos or one of the homes that you have also obtained footage that we will be looking at?
Yes.
So now I want to move forward to the surveillance clips. Your Honor, do I have permission to start publishing these clips?
Yes. You may proceed.
So looking here, starting at the very beginning, was there footage that you were able to review and analyze showing that Hicks actually arriving home on November 17th of 2021?
Yes, my initial video analysis was conducted on the video from 5050 Verbena.
50/50.
And that footage, having been obtained, was on a drive. And it appeared to be a camera that stored the footage on a SD card. And from that SD card, the files were visible. And so I began reviewing, and at 1906, I believe, was approximately the time when there was a vehicle, truck, that arrived at the Hicks address.
And how many individuals came out of that truck that arrived there at 1906?
There were 3 individuals, 2 adults, and a child.
And when we're saying 1906, is that 7:06 p.m.?
Yes.
Okay, very good. So we will begin by publishing States 465A. with the entirety of A. I should ask you, Detective, the timestamp that we can see in the bottom right quadrant of this video, was that an accurate timestamp?
I believe so, yes.
And Your Honor, while it's probably less pertinent for this video, it certainly would be helpful in the other videos if we turn down the lights a little, because the lighting can be difficult. Really, just the ones near the TVs would be great. There we go. All right. Next, we will publish States 465B, which is a continuation. State's now publishing 465C. And States 465D. Stop States 465D at 45 seconds, the timestamp on the video being 19:019:47. I'll go back once more to start States 465D, zoomed in on the Hicks's vehicle. I'll stop that at 32 seconds, the timestamp on the video being 19:019:34. Detective, was this, did you have any other footage of Justin, Amber, or Jacob alive through your analysis?
No, nothing that would actually, you could physically see them and it appeared to be them.
Nothing that shows they're a person.
Correct.
From there, what was the next time that you saw relevant video surveillance? What time frame?
The most relevant for the investigation was at 21 or 9:21 p.m.
And before we get there,
I apologize. At the residence or any?
anywhere.
Okay, so 9:20. Yes, in the 9:20 hour.
And in military time, is that 9:21?
21:20. Yes.
Very good. Before we get there, let me show you one other image. States 480 here. Do you recognize States 480?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and how is it that you recognize States 480?
This is a printout of a digital image that I produced for the purposes, and I felt it was important to have a daylight view of the camera view that we were able to obtain from the residents across the street from the Hicks residence, only because it kind of emphasizes the point we don't get to choose the camera placements. We don't get to choose what equipment is used, and we don't get to choose how someone chooses to cover their property with cameras. And in this case, it's unfortunate that this camera was behind, on the interior of a home, behind double pane glass and a screen shooting out, covering their driveway. And for their purposes, for those residents' purposes, that was probably what they wanted in order to cover their property, maybe vehicles that they leave in their driveway. But it did create difficulties, and so I created this image to show a daylight view of the challenges of this video.
So this time statement is to tender States 480 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
States 480 is admitted.
Sorry to be blowing into your chest, but if we can, thank you. So just so that we see before getting too much further here, States 480, is that the video footage or the camera angle that we just observed in States 465A through D?
It is, and this obviously is a daytime view with probably the best lighting, early morning light, depicting the actual, another indication was to show some of these, what was in the background, some of the landscape, some of the shrubbery, some of the trees, because in the nighttime images, they are very, very difficult to depict or to pick out of the images.
And so this kind of speckling or pattern that we see overlaid on this image, is that from the screen that you described?
It is, from an actual screen mounted on the outside of a double pane window, and this camera is actually somewhat kind of pressed up against the interior glass. What this doesn't depict is that at night, when there's ambient light from inside the house, actually on the extreme outsides of this image at night, there are additional challenges because of ambient light from inside the home, reflecting back against the glass captured by the recording.
And were we able to kind of see some of that in the footage that we observed A through D?
We will, yes, we were and we will be
And we'll
seeing
continue to,
that,
yes.
yes.
Now, was that as detrimental to A through D showing the Hicks ride home?
It was not because of the abundance of light produced by the headlights, produced the fact that it's a large vehicle arriving, that lights were automatically turned on. The garage door ambient light is coming out into the driveway, so that creates a much clearer ability to see.
Will we see more difficulty as we go through the other footage?
We will.
All right, now kind of going back briefly to your expertise in this area, given the thousands of hours that you've observed surveillance footage systems, Do you have a keen eye for things such as movement or objects or persons?
Yes.
And to be clear for the court, in terms of any persons seen on any of the following surveillance clips that we're going to show, are you able to definitively make any form of person identification?
No.
Are you able to see human beings?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so if we can switch back over to the computer here. We will continue with State's Exhibit 465E. Now before, let's see, I'm going to pause it first at 00 on the video. The timestamp of the video is 21:20 and 20 seconds. Now that timestamp that we see in the upper left corner of the video footage, was that an accurate timestamp?
Yes, it was.
And this view that we see here, I'm not going to switch back to the map right this moment, but where was this home located?
5064 Verbena Drive.
Was that the residence that if you traveled north on Verbena, you would see it on the
Opposite
right
side of the roadway from the Hicks and Lanz residence, yes.
All right, very good. And so on this image where I paused it, we can see a roadway just past this this residence's driveway. Which roadway is that?
That is Verbena Drive.
And if you see a vehicle moving on the screen from right to left, what direction would it be headed towards?
Towards the intersection of Verbena, on Verbena, towards Delphinium, which is a four-way stop.
All right, very good. And I think this video is about 1 minute and 47 seconds here. What is the purpose of this clip in State's Exhibit 465E?
I just wanted to check yes. I was checking the name of the clip to make sure.
Yes.
But yes, this is a combined clip from both this camera initially here at 5064 Verbena and then at 5050 Verbena, showing the continuation not only of the first vehicle we will see, which was the Lanz vehicle, and the two following SUVs, which I believe continued on, and the reason for showing 50-50 in combination with this was that the two SUVs continue on Verbena Drive.
Okay, so ultimately, how many vehicles are going to drive past the camera at 5064 Verbena?
3.
All right, and then how many vehicles do you see past the camera at 5050 Verbena?
2.
What is the only intersection between 5064 Verbena and 5059 Verbena, the Hicks' residence?
Delphinium Boulevard.
And so would the first vehicle that you see on past 5064 Verbena have to turn into either a residence or onto Delphinium to miss the 5050 camera?
Yes.
All right, so if we can now go ahead and publish State's Exhibit 465E. I'm going to pause the video with a timestamp of 21:20 and 29 seconds. We will talk about headlights and everything in just a moment, but first to play this through, is this the first vehicle that you indicated, the first out of the 3?
Yes, this is a dark sedan, yes.
And we'll talk about that in a minute, but just to play it through. Pausing it with the timestamp of the video being 21:20 and 40 seconds. Is that the first SUV that follows the suspect vehicle?
It is.
Pause it again here with the timestamp of the video being 21:20 and 52 seconds. Is this the second SUV following the suspect vehicle?
It is.
the the video at 21, 20, and 50 seconds, what camera have you now switched to in this combined video?
The camera located inside the upstairs window of the residence at 5050 Verbena, looking out over the driveway and the street.
And so looking directly across the truck there, what driveway is that?
That is the Hicks residence.
And then you can see at least a little bit of light here in this kind of area. What residence or street number is in that location?
Well, that is in the direction of the Lanz residence. It's 6. Located with the address that's off of Delphinium, however, the driveway is located on Verbena.
So, don't necessarily know the property line, but is that the next property you get to? The 600 Delphinium from 5059?
It is.
So we'll continue to play this. We'll then circle back to it in a few minutes. Pausing the video at 21, 21, and 11 seconds. Is this one of the SUVs previously seen passing 5064 Verbena?
Yes, I believe so.
Now pausing the video at 21, 21, and 26 seconds. Is that the second SUV that passed the 5064 Verbena address?
Yes.
That is the entirety of States 465E. Now, I know I've referenced the first vehicle. We've referenced it both as the Lanz vehicle as well as the suspect vehicle. Did you have an opportunity to look into the headlights and taillights of Mr. Lanz's vehicle?
Yes.
Was that vehicle brought to Cobb County Police crime shed?
It was at some point, and I simply requested that we make some photographs, hopefully from both ground level and elevated positions, simulating the height of the cameras on these residences.
So backing up just a little bit, at the time that you were able to do this, did police have custody of a vehicle known to belong to Mr. Matthew Lanz?
Yes.
And what type of vehicle was that?
I do not recall the make and model.
That's okay. Was it SUV, sedan, truck?
It was a sedan.
And did you, when you went back while this vehicle was in police custody to take photographs, talk to the court a little bit more about your purpose in photographing the vehicle in terms of lighting, height, and so forth.
In the past, during some of the training that I've received, there had been the usage of, or the detailing of headlight signatures potentially being utilized for the purposes of understanding what vehicles are entering access or egress to an area that may be pertinent to any particular investigation. This is a technique that I had used in the past in Cobb County investigations And I felt that it was significant in this case after I had noticed in playing back this footage and the footage from 581 Delphinium Boulevard, noticing some differences in the headlight pattern that was cast upon the ground by the headlamps. This is something that occurs particularly with older vehicles because over time we all know that we'll potentially have a headlamp go out, and when that's replaced, it may not be replaced with an exact matching headlight from the other side of the vehicle. It may be a different strength. There may be things that have occurred to the vehicle's body, front end, even slight bumping into a curb or into some fixed object may change or alter the position of a headlamp as it shines onto the ground. In this case, I had seen something that I felt like I wanted to see if it was recreated when we had the physical vehicle in the custody of the police, and I requested that they seek a warrant for the purposes of bringing that vehicle into a darkened area on our police campus at the time. And then I asked that a photographer have a ladder present where we might be able to simulate the height of these cameras that were mounted on the eaves of these homes, both on the home on Verbena, when I had found the vehicle, I believe to be the vehicle coming into the subdivision towards the scene of this crime, and then both on Delphinium Boulevard, the home that where the vehicle was leaving the area later. I was seeing something that I believed I might be able to identify.
And I know we haven't gotten to all of the surveillance clips yet, but in addition to seeing a particular vehicle, did you see some movement and changes in lighting in the same time period that were of interest to you?
Yes.
And is that part of why this particular vehicle stood out to you in all the surveillance clips?
Yes.
And is that what then led to taking these photographs of Mr. Lanz's vehicle with dark lighting on the police campus?
Yes.
All right, once again, I know you already looked at these photographs prior to taking the stand, but they were not numbered, so I'm going to pass it back to you. This is states 642 through 656. You'll make sure you recognize those.
Yes, I recognize states 642 through 656.
Are these fair and accurate photographs of Mr. Lanz's vehicle that you had taken for purposes of observing the headlights and taillights?
Yes.
State moves to tender states 642 through 656 into evidence.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor, we've had an opportunity to review those.
Thank you. State 642 through 656 are admitted.
May I publish, please?
Yes.
So looking first at 642, is this the Matthew Lanz vehicle?
It is.
All right, state 643 here. What specifically were you capturing in this photograph?
Just a view from behind the vehicle as its tail lights are illuminated, the tag light illumination, and the front casting of the headlights.
And then looking at state 644, is this a zoomed in photograph showing the taillights?
It is, yes.
Looking at state 645, did you have someone inside the vehicle for purposes of using the taillights?
Yes, to illuminate, to confirm there was a third tail light that illuminated when the brake pedal was depressed.
Then looking at state 6 646, what are you showing kind of from the side view with the brake lights initiated?
Just a different angle.
Are we also seeing that in states 647 and 648?
Yes, it's really about the angles that may be presented in the surveillance footage and making sure we have known images that were made by the police to compare those two.
Next, looking at 649, what area of the vehicle are we now documenting?
Attempting to document the cast on the ground of the headlight, what I refer to as the headlight signature.
Okay, and what was it of note? And I know this isn't the best image, but we do have some digital ones that we will get to. But what is it in particular that you were looking at? I believe I brought you the pointer if you'd like to see it.
I have somehow messed it up, but let me.
That's okay.
Yes, if I may, just this area, almost forming what looks like a V, but no distinction on the opposite side,
Okay.
showing a similar pattern.
Is this, looking at state 650, is that another image of that V mark created on the pavement?
It is.
All right. State 651, did you take additional angles or photographs of the vehicle?
Yes, I believe this one is obviously a little more direct onto the side, but also at a slight elevation.
Can you still see that V mark?
Yes.
All right. States 652, again, is this a different angle?
It is slightly more towards the rear of the vehicle, slightly behind, looking down.
Okay, and can you point out that V shape again?
Yes, absolutely. It's projected here on the ground.
All right. And if you'll just stay standing for a moment, so 653, another angle, yet are you still able to see that V shape on the pavement?
Yes, it's becoming more defined at this point.
Okay. States Exhibit 654, is this a higher angle?
It is. This is from an elevated position on all that.
And are you still able to see the V shape?
Yes, it's very distinct.
Okay. State 655, and finally 656. Do you continue to see that V shape despite changing the angle of, or the height and angle that the photo was taken?
Yes, this was an attempt to see if that was reproduced at various angles.
Now, in order to fully conduct this comparison, did you also take still shots of the suspect vehicle from the surveillance footage?
Yes.
Okay. Prior to testifying, did you look at a folder on the master drive labeled screenshots of suspect vehicle headlights from surveillance video?
Yes.
And were the images, I believe it was the 10 images contained therein, fair and accurate screenshots that you personally took of the suspect vehicle from the various camera angles?
Yes.
At this time, state moves to tender states exhibit. $685 into evidence, and for the record, the 10 screenshots within are labeled A through I, so it states 685 A through I.
Any objection?
Let me just check and be sure what that is.
No problem.
Yeah, so don't switch over to the screen quite yet, that way I can pull it up. There we go.
No objection, Judge. Those are some that I saw earlier. I just wanted to be sure that they were the same.
Thank you. States Exhibit 685, labeled with N685A through I, is admitted.
Right, may I publish those images?
Yes.
And are these images kind of easier to see digitally as opposed to printed, Detective?
Well, I believe so, yes.
So first publishing states Exhibit 685A. Which vehicle is this screenshot of?
This is of the Lanz vehicle.
And so all the 10 images that are contained in this folder, is this all the Lanz vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. And so here, which camera angle are we looking at?
This is the 5064 Verbena driveway camera covering this residence's driveway.
And the timestamp of this screenshot, if you will, please.
21, 20, and 29 seconds.
And in this screenshot labeled A, are you able to see that V shape on the pavement?
Yes.
Can you please point that out for the court?
Certainly. It's just here on the pavement, just in front of the, primarily the left side headlight.
So the driver's side headlight.
Yes.
Now looking at states 685B, is this the same Lanz vehicle?
It is.
All right, and so the timestamp is it actually the same exact timestamp as A?
Yes, just a frame further.
And in this further frame here, it states 685B. Can you point out that V shape on the page?
Certainly. It's occurring here.
Next, looking at, whoops, my apologies. 685C, what have you done to take the screenshot in 685C?
Cropped out some of the side information for the purposes of potentially putting this into a presentation form.
Okay. And are we going to get to that as well?
Yes.
Okay, very good. And so you still see that same V shape?
Yes.
All right, if you'll point it out, please.
Certainly. Just on the left side headlamp on the ground, cast on the ground. Okay.
Looking at states 685D, what is it that you are capturing from this screenshot that also has the timestamp of 21/20/29?
The same. These are a series of images that I was utilizing for the purposes of potential use in presentation, determining for my purposes which one I felt most comfortable.
Okay. Are we also seeing the same in states 685E?
Yes, a little less prominent in that angle.
Now looking at 685F, and I know we haven't gotten this far in terms of the actual videos, but what surveillance system are we now looking at?
581 Delphinium Boulevard. The residence that their driveway sits off of, Dahlia Way. This is actually Delphinium Boulevard, and this is the front yard of that residence. And my interest in this particular house was, number one, I noticed the camera, and I knew it was a high-end system, just based on the camera. The placement of the camera and the position that this house was built in was one of the shortest distances for a front lawn to the roadway. And so this became a primary home of interest for my understanding. This was actually the first video that I acquired because I believed that the point of access and egress to the crime scene was most likely on Delphinium Boulevard at the time. And so I chose and selected a large block of time from this residence to review and examine.
And in that large block of time, is this timestamp here, where it has 10:11:29 seconds p.m., is this the only time that you see the suspect vehicle captured on this surveillance system?
Yes, it is.
All right, and if you continue the direction that this vehicle is driving, what intersection do you end up at?
This is Delphinium headed out of the subdivision for the travel of this vehicle, the next intersection. Other than any side streets within it would be Bells Ferry.
Okay, very good. And here, were you able to see that V shape casted onto the pavement?
Yes. This would have been some of the, I think I already testified, this was some of the earliest video that I acquired after the 50/50 verbena video. This was where I first noticed this headlight, what I'm referring to as a headlight signature, where the signature cast by the headlights in the vehicle appeared to be distinctive enough to identify one vehicle from them.
Looking now at 465G, is this an additional frame of that same camera angle?
It is.
Do you still see the headlight
You
signature?
do, here just in front.
And I need to relabel this because this is actually a second G, so I will relabel that and put that on the record once it's relabeled. But is this actually just a cropped version of 685G?
Yes, in fact, that would probably indicate this is the image that I utilized for presentation purposes and another.
And then what's currently labeled, and again, I'll have to switch these by one letter, but 685H, is that the same Lanz vehicle?
It is the same vehicle, a little further down the road, looking at the back end of the vehicle.
Does that capture the tail light?
It does.
And finally, what's currently labeled is I. What are we looking at in this screenshot?
Vehicle has applied brakes, indicating, and this shows that the vehicle did have a third tail light, position of the third tail light, which in some cases can be different.
And zooming in there, does that further depict the third additional tail light with the brakes applied?
It does.
And is that part of why when you had photographs taken of Mr. Lanz's vehicle, you had the brakes applied?
It is, for the fact of anything that might be unique or different in the known images from the images captured in the video, the homeowner's video.
Very good. Now, again, prior to testifying, well, going back to the presentation that you created, in order to further look at these headlight signatures, did you also take screenshots of other vehicles that passed by the 5064 Verbena Drive address?
I did, yes.
And prior to testifying, did you look at the folder that was labeled screenshots of other vehicles from surveillance video?
I did.
And were there 4 images contained within that folder?
I don't recall the number. But
Okay, but did you look at all the
Yes,
images?
I did.
Okay, and are all those images screenshots you personally took?
Yes.
All right, at this time, State moves to tender States 486 into evidence.
No objection.
I'm sorry, 686. I apologize. Numbers are not great.
That's the 686. Right, 686 is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I publish this?
Yes.
And those 4 images are labeled A, B, C, and D. So looking first at 686A, is this a different vehicle captured on 5064 Verbena?
Yes.
All right, does that have any sort of V-shaped headlight signature?
It does not.
Looking at State 686B, is this a different vehicle from Mr. Lanz's vehicle captured on 5064 Verbena?
It is.
Okay. Does this have a different headlight signature, meaning not the V-shaped headlight signature?
It does have a different signature than what I was looking for.
Whoops. Looking at 686C, how do we know this is not the Lanz vehicle?
We do not see the headlight signature that I
And then finally, 686D, is this one of the SUVs we previously saw in states? $465D.
It is.
And did that have the headlight signature that you were looking for?
It did not.
All right, now going back, did you create a comparison between the known images of Mr. Lanz's vehicle and the screenshots of his vehicle captured on the various surveillance systems?
I did.
And what was the purpose of creating that comparison?
I prepared that for the investigators, the primary and secondary investigators of the case. Generally, there are times when some of my concepts and some of the things I think of to do for casework, maybe it's better that it's seen. My work is seen rather than try to explain it to them. And so there are times when I try and make it very clear.
For the visual learners.
For the visual learners.
All right, very good. I'm going to show you states 479. Do you recognize that 2-page document in states 479?
I do.
All right, and how is it that you recognize it?
It's a document that I produced as a PDF file for the investigators and for their case file.
Very good. State notice to tender states 479 in the evidence.
Any objection?
That's the second page too.
No objection, Judge, I give those previous.
Q states 479 is admitted.
May I publish?
Yes.
So looking at this first page here, have we previously seen these 3 screenshots?
We have.
Okay. If you walk through from left to right each of these screenshots and where it was taken from.
Certainly, from left to right, the left image is a known image made under search warrant at the Cobb County Police Headquarters at the time, 140 North Mary Parkway, in a dark portion back in a area where there are buildings on either side. It creates a kind of a dark pocket to capture what I believe was the headlight signature that I could identify in surveillance video. The next image was the arrival of a vehicle with, I believe, a matching headlight signature at on November 17th, 2021, approximately 21:20 hours. And this is captured, the middle image is captured from the 5064 Verbena Drive residential surveillance system. The final third image is from later on November the 17th, 2021 at 10:11 or 22:11 and 29 seconds from the residence at 581 Delphinium Boulevard.
And so looking at page 2 of states 479 here, what is it that you were able to determine in comparing these 3 screenshots?
A matching headlight signature for each of the residential videos that were acquired from the scene, and the known image, matching the known image made under search warrant by the Cobb County Police with the vehicle in custody, the known vehicle of the Lanz vehicle. And then thereby showing access into the area, or ingress into the area toward the crime scene and egress from the crime scene post-incident, and thereby narrowing a time frame for this incident.
So going back to states 465 now, I want to play states exhibit E again. Now, in addition to observing the headlight signature that you just walked us through, what else was of interest to you once the camera view switched to 50/50 Verbena? Do you want me to ask the question?
I'm going to need you to repeat the question because somehow I got lost.
That's okay. On this clip here, so we're
Yes.
going to start on E. The first camera from 5064 Verbena. Do you see the headlight signature?
Yes.
Okay. Once the camera, that you've combined, once it switches to the 5050 Verbena Drive address, do you see that headlight signature?
I apologize, I did not follow that. You do not.
Okay.
And that was one of the purposes of producing that clip, that work product.
Now, do you see any other lighting that was significant to you once you're at the 5050 Verbena Drive camera?
Well, it's difficult to say, but they're in sequence, those vehicles traveling down the roadway. There appears at one part of the before the first SUV that would have been following the Lanz vehicle comes down the road, there appears to be light that goes off into the shrubbery. Behind and to the north side of the target property, which was the Lanz residence.
If the vehicle, the Lanz's vehicle that we see driving down Verbena at the earlier part of the street, what side of the road do you then see some of the reflective light?
On the right-hand side of the road.
And is that the same side of the road where the Lanz's residence is?
Yes.
Is it possible that you may have that same sort of reflective lighting if someone were to be pulling into the Lanz's driveway?
I believe it would be, yes.
Now, is the Lanz's driveway captured at all on the 50/50 Verbena camera?
It is not.
All right, so we will now replay State's Exhibit 465P. 460. I'm going to pause it here with the timestamp at the bottom of the screen being 21:20 and 49 seconds. We are now at the 50/50 Verbena Drive camera location. If you will stand up, and when you see a little bit of that reflective lighting, indicate that for the court. And I know it's hard with lighting here. We'll go ahead and resume.
Just there. You can see back in this area, so several frames before that. When you, so there it is occurring.
Oh, whoops, I think I pressed play again. Hold on, let me go back. All right. So we're going to resume it at 21:20 and 51 seconds from 50/50 Verbena.
Just there.
And the timestamp there is 21:24 seconds.
It is.
Do you continue to see that at 21:20 and 55 seconds?
You do.
Does that continue up until 21:20 and 57 seconds?
Not quite.
Okay, just shy of that.
Yeah, well, actually, now you're seeing a similar pattern, but we've reached a point, and having noted in the earlier video with the 3 vehicles passing, in this same clip that we're reviewing, the 3 vehicles were passing 5064 Verbena. The front vehicle is, I believe, the Lanz vehicle. The second 2 vehicles are SUVs. The first vehicle behind the Lanz vehicle is approximately 8 to 10 seconds traveling behind. And so when this clip starts, the first part of the clip is actually still occurring when this clip starts. So what I'm trying to indicate is that the vehicle's progression, as 8 seconds later from the time we see those lights, approximately, we should see an SUV passing by, if in fact, potentially the Lanz vehicle turned in or pulled off at the driveway of 600 Delphine.
Again, we'll continue on from that point and play the remainder. to look at states 465G. Alright, the timestamp, at least for the very beginning here, what is the timestamp where this video clip starts? So this is 465G.
21:30 and 1 second.
We're gonna jump ahead a little bit to about 21:31 and 30 seconds. But what is it that you were capturing or focusing on during this clip?
I believe this is a clip that when I first noticed movement, and I believe a person traveling onto the property, the Hicks property.
And do you see any sort of lights or reflections that were important to you later on when we get to some other video clips?
Do I see them now?
No, not now.
I'm on.
That's okay. Do you see some changes in lighting coming from the Hicks' residence during this clip?
Yes.
Okay, we'll go ahead and play it, and we will end up circling back once we get to later video footage. I'm going to, for clip G, we are going to skip to 21, 31, and 29 seconds. And if you will, indicate to the court when you see activity on the screen that was significant to you.
There.
I'm going to stop it at 21, 31, and 36 seconds. All right, and what is it that changed on this screen?
Well, the backyard. There's lighting that has come on in the backyard.
And we've had images as well as some testimony about floodlights at the censored floodlights at the Hicks' residence. Is that what's being illuminated here in 21, 31, and 36 seconds?
I certainly believe it is, yes.
Now, do you see any associated movement in the same area?
Yes.
If you will, as you see that movement, please indicate that for the court as it's difficult to see.
Here in this area. In this area.
Stopping it at 21:32 and 9 seconds, can you point out for the court what's noticed in this frame?
In this frame, this is later determined. I determined this to be a Nest camera that was probably utilized by the family simply for live viewing and was not recording at the time. However, I believe this is a signature of the infrared illuminator for that camera, for covering a porch area with a side entrance off the garage to the residence.
And as we get kind of further into these clips, do you do a similar comparison looking at that infrared reader and later clips that we'll be viewing?
Yes, I do.
So we'll circle back to that in a little bit, continuing this video. And again, if you'll just point out any movement that you are able to see. Now here I'm going to pause it at 21:32 and 28 seconds. Do you see any additional lights come on?
Yes.
All right, and what light or what area of the Hicks residence do you see the additional light?
I believe that is actually the front doorway or front porch area and lighting from that location.
Now, are you also aware of any censored floodlights at the front of the house?
I don't recall.
Certainly, did you see any movement come across the garage or anything like that?
I did not. I was aware in reviewing the video that these seemed to have been triggered at times by maybe vehicles or activity out on the roadway or what would be the front yard of that residence. So I suspected they were censored, yes.
Okay. But nonetheless, did you see any movement go in front of the garages towards the front door?
No, I do not. These are the garage doors, and I did not depict any movement across there during this time.
For these particular lights that you see illuminated, is it possible to either be motion censored from something on, what is this, do you recall the street name there? Madonna maybe, or?
Yeah, I don't, the pronunciation, I'd have to not visualizing it to pronounce it. But yeah, I knew it started with an M.
Passing you states 475.
Yes. Menarda.
Menarda, okay.
Menarda Way, yes.
So could that have been some sort of activity on Menarda Way that triggered the lights?
It could have been.
Okay, likewise, could it have been actually someone inside the Hicks residence turning on their front porch lights?
It's entirely possible too.
Was there anything based on the timing of these lights being illuminated in the front of the house that would have told you one way or the other if it's a human turning on like a light switch versus it being activated by sensors?
Not for me. Reviewing the video now.
We will continue on.
Here. So, the
Just pausing in at 21:32:45.
a prior question was at any point when I see
Absolutely.
movement for me to identify it or stop you. You actually begin to depict some movement back here, and this is actually a person coming out of the. If you'll think back to the daylight images, the shrubbery that was here on the Hicks property, basically coming around the shrubbery from the side of the house, and now entering onto the grass area between the landscape shrubbery and the road.
Okay, and then we'll continue on.
And then now onto the roadway and away from the residence. And because of what I mentioned earlier, this area here, which is, we're getting some ambient light. You can tell that there's ambient light from the room that's creating this reflection back into the camera lens. The recording is picking this up, and so it becomes more and more difficult to depict that movement moving up and out of the area, or vice versa coming into the area.
And we'll continue on just for a few seconds here.
Still movement.
And do we kind of lose movement at
Yeah,
this
I believe
point?
that's the extent of what I could see is back to this area.
And so we've stopped it at 21:33 and 13 seconds. I do want to go back momentarily to 21:31 and 34 seconds, this time using the zoom function. So we'll resume this video. And again, that was at 21:31.
Yes. That's when the
Was that?
movement occurs in the backyard. Initially here, it's depicted. As this clip plays, we'll actually see some object passes between the source of light, the floodlights, close enough to create shadow briefly, very briefly, in this area and across the spectrum of this light. But at this point, there is someone in the backyard moving, and then they'll move closer to the light source, creating some shadowing, and then they will move out of the light source in this area and toward the side of the house, the garage side of the house, where there's a porch or a doorway.
Alright, so we'll continue on.
there the shadowing had just occurred, moving closer to the light source, causing a shadow. And now moving towards the side of the home. The sensor for the backyard will kick off. The sensor for the side door infrared illuminator will kick on. Front lights have initiated, and now we begin to see some movement here on the shrub line, and now we'll see someone, a person, moving out toward, across the grass to the roadway and moving up from the home towards 600 Delphine.
We will now pause at the timestamp on the video shows to be 21, 32, and 58 seconds. Next, looking at states 460.
Yeah, I was gonna take it, we're about an hour and 40, you wanna give
Yes, ma'am.
sector everyone? Why don't we come back at 10:50?
Okay, thank you.
Stand in recess. Court is in session. Thank you. You all can be seated. You can be seated. We are back on the record, the state of Georgia versus Matthew Scott Lanz, 229000922. All parties are present. You may proceed, A.A. Green.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, so detective, to continue on, we're still on states 465, some of those video clips. We're going to speed along watching some of these, but just so that the court is clear, in observing movement, were you in any way trying to make an identification of who is seen on this video?
No, I did not and do not believe it's possible to make an identification.
Nonetheless, when looking at it in totality, particularly with the vehicles, was it helpful in developing your timeline?
Yes, it was.
Right, very good. So we will continue on looking next at states 465H. And I will jump ahead to 21:37 and 28 seconds. We'll just play a few seconds here. Pausing now at 21:37 and 31 seconds. Did the front lights go out at that point?
Yes, they did.
And again, is there any way to know whether that was initiated by a human versus light sensors?
No.
Right, very good. Moving on to states 465I. And the timestamp we'll start it is 21:43 and 49 seconds. While it's difficult to see, can you see some movement on the street?
Yes.
Okay, and can you back it up just a few seconds there to 21:44 and 01, if you'll point out the duration in which you see someone walking on the street being Verbena.
The movement is here in this area, and it's a person that travels down. The most extent of that travel is just about here, and then reverses course. Is now seen moving back up the roadway in basically a northern direction.
Right, we'll
And here's the extent of the movement, pretty much out here.
Whoops. We'll stop that video at 21:44 and 38 seconds. I'm sorry, 38 seconds. All right, next we will look at states 465. Okay, I'm sorry, L. and you start to see some of that movement on the screen.
There. I apologize, but I need to be able to see this screen
That's okay.
in order to depict what I'm seeing, because on this screen it's even more difficult.
Okay.
So the smaller the image, and the ability to overcome the challenges with the setup of this camera are difficult. The movement is here, and it will continue around this corner, and it is the most difficult of all these images to see movement. But it is a person moving around this corner of the shrubbery, but because it is my belief they are so close to the shrubbery that the camera is having difficulty determining between what is movement and what is just the shrubbery. Because in a nighttime, if this were daylight, we would see it easily. But with these low light conditions and the distance, it's basically just like ghosting. But you will see movement that comes around this corner very tight onto the shrubbery.
There you go. We'll continue on. Now at the bottom of the screen here, we start seeing a person that's more visible. Where is that person coming from?
So that is the homeowner for 50/50 Ruby.
Okay.
And he is, has exited his residence to walk his dog. He'll be briefly in this area to pass his wife, who comes out with a second dog
Okay.
for the same purpose.
Okay.
And then they enter their home.
Very good. Thank you. As this is continuing to play, will we ever see any lighting coming from the Hicks's residence on this clip?
Do not recall if this clip goes far enough into 2155 for the back lights, but it is around that time that backlights are illuminated. I just don't recall if it's on this clip or not.
a few seconds kind of past it at this point, but what is the hour and minute that we now see the backyard floodlights illuminated?
21:55 and 43 seconds is where we're stopped. Just a couple of seconds prior to that is when the backyard lights illuminated.
All right, and we'll play this till the end. And then, what is the timestamp in which those backyard floodlights turn off?
21:55 and 52 or 3 seconds.
Okay, and then we'll just go ahead and play out the rest of the video. All right, next, looking at 465N, slightly out of order, but in chronological order. So we'll play 465N. What is the timestamp at the start of this video clip from 50/50 Bermuda?
22:10 and 1 second.
Okay. And do you see any lighting in this video?
We do currently, and we will. The floodlight for the driveway and the walkway to the front door area is illuminated. And we will see the backyard floodlights come on again and see movement back there.
Okay. We'll go ahead and play the entire clip.
Did you, again, I didn't know if from earlier you had wanted me to.
Yes, so we'll go back just a few seconds here at 22:10 and 07 seconds.
Okay.
So what is the timestamp when they first turn on?
22:10:08.
Okay, and then if you will, use the pointer to show the movement that is seen, the movement and shadows that can be depicted from this area.
So in this area, we see movement away from the residence, and I believe it depicts a person moving away from the residence at this point, 22:10 and 17:18 seconds.
And that is the entirety of the clip. Now, detective, between 21:55 hours and 22:10 hours, when we see those black back floodlights turned on, is there any other point in time within that 15 minutes that they come on?
The back floodlights do not.
Okay, so just because we skipped that chunk of time, was there anything significant in terms of backyard activity between 21:55 and 22:10?
Not in my review.
All right, next we will play 465M. And just to remind the court, this clip labeled M, what residence are we looking at?
This is 581 Delphinium Boulevard.
All right.
And this is the driveway to the residence, which is actually their address, their physical home address is Delphinium, but their Dahlia Way is where their driveway
Okay. And
comes
on
off.
the very upper left quadrant, what is a major roadway? Not major, but the other roadway that's depicted as in addition to
This
Dahlia.
is Delphinium
Okay, very good.
Boulevard, and this is Dahlia Way.
Okay, very good. So we'll play the entirety of clip M. see Lanz's vehicle?
Yes,
Okay, and are you able to see the headlight stamp certainly from the view looking straight onto Delphinium?
the headlight signature is visible, and that's why I believe it is the Lanz vehicle.
And just to start the clip again briefly, what is the hour and minute? We don't need the seconds, but at least the hour and minute that we see the, Mr. Lanz's vehicle passing on Delphinium?
2211.
Okay, which is 10:11 p.m.
It is 1011 on this system, yes. PM.
Now I want to go to state 565.0. What are we about to watch in states 565.0?
Interestingly, just a short time after we had seen the movement in the backyard of this residence, there's a vehicle that arrives on the street. This is that SUV arriving, and we later were able to determine that this was a package delivery. The delivery driver exits the driver's side, goes around the passenger side, and makes a delivery to the porch area where we see the illumination of the infrared illuminator for the Nest lighting, which gave me the reference for a known occurrence of a delivery. And that was where that package was left, so we know that that would trigger that infrared illuminator.
Okay, very good. And if you will, please, as we see this delivery person exit the vehicle and walk around to the side porch area as you described, if you can assist by using your pointer.
Certainly. Pointers likely not indicating because the driver, you'll see, is
Yes.
illuminating
Yes.
at their feet with their flashlight, or probably on their phone, walking around past the garage doors up to a walkway leading to a porch area where there is a dual entrance, a side entrance to the home.
Okay, now I'm going to pause it at 22:17:16. What else do you see in this clip here?
We get an indication here of a known triggering of the infrared lighting of the Nest camera that was not live, was not recording, but was in fact live.
And we will look at some screenshots of this in a moment, but let's play this through till the end. Prior to taking the stand, did you also look at a folder labeled Nest IR with a state's exhibit number of 481?
Yes, I did.
All right, and does that contain 3 separate images that you created based off this surveillance footage at 50/50 Delphinium? Or I'm sorry, 50/50 Bermuda?
Yes, it does.
Okay, now are those fair and accurate screenshots, 2 screenshots as well as an overlay of those 2 images for purposes of looking at the infrared camera?
Yes.
State moves to tender state's exhibit 481 in evidence.
Any objection? States 481 is admitted.
So first, first want to start with may I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. 481C, since we just looked at that here, is this a screenshot from the video we just watched, which was states 465?
It is.
And is the infrared camera illuminated?
Well, the illuminator, the infrared illuminator has been triggered. At this point, you can actually see the position of the driver, the delivery person, by the use of their flashlight or their phone screen.
Okay, so if you can, just so that it's clear, can you show which one the infrared illuminator is compared
Yes.
to the cell phone?
The infrared illuminator is here, the higher positioned light source.
Alright, and then the lower one here where my mouse is that the cell phone?
Yes, it is.
Now looking at states 481A, what is the timestamp of this screenshot?
21:32 and 24 seconds, or 9:32:24 p.m.
Is this a screenshot from one of the clips we previously watched in states 465?
It is from November 17th, 2021.
And if you can point out that infrared indicator.
Certainly. This is an indication that the Nest camera's infrared illuminator has been triggered at this point.
So now looking at states 481B, what have you done with this image to further show visually what you determined?
So this is just to give a base image, which is the still from earlier, 21:32, I believe it was in 24 seconds, is the base image here, and then overlaying over that image digitally, such that we can then see the known image of the delivery person making the delivery, and see that the infrared illuminator is in the exact same position. There's no shoot, but you can tell that the delivery vehicle is actually kind of almost ghosted into the image because they are overlaying, showing two different moments in time, but that the illuminator is in fact operating both times, and we know where that delivery person dropped the package, so we know that's what triggers. That's how close you need to be to trigger that infrared illuminator.
And so based on that, were you able to determine whether a person was in the area of that Nest camera that's on the side porch door at 21 and 32 hours?
I believe that this image and the overlay does accomplish that by showing that in fact there was someone in that area, even though it's very difficult to see in the images that we saw, or the video that we watched. It's difficult to see someone rounding the corner, but when we see that illuminator on, we know in fact someone was there.
So Detective, based on all of this and all of these videos combined in your analysis, what is your best estimate as to when these murders occurred?
I would say they occurred between the hour of the time of 21 and 55 minutes, 9:55 p.m. to the point at which we see someone moving away from the residence, and the flat back floodlights are illuminated at 10:10 and some seconds.
So between 9:55 and 10:10 p.m.
I believe so, yes.
And when was it that you first saw the Lanz's vehicle on Verbena Drive?
At 21:20 hours.
Is that 9:20 p.m.?
It is 9:20 p.m.
And then when is it best you can tell from this footage and some of that overlay that you see a human on the Hicks's property?
When I first see that,
Yes.
at 21:31 or 9:31 during that minute time span.
And so from 9:31 p.m. when you first see a human on a Hicks's property, how many minutes is it until that 9:55 time frame or marker?
24 minutes or so.
And then what is the time difference between when you see the floodlights triggered between 9:55 p.m. and then when you see them triggered for the last time at 10:10 p.m.?
I think if you look at the seconds, it's a little less than 15 minutes.
And just so the court is clear here, after that 10:10 p.m. time, did you ever see those rear floodlights triggered before sunlight?
No.
Just a moment here. So that final time that you ever saw the rear floodlights triggered at 10:10 p.m., what time did you then see the Lanz's vehicle fleeing or leaving the area?
That vehicle was captured on that video, 581 Delphinium Boulevard at 10:11 and some seconds.
Is it possible to get from the Hicks's and Lanz's residence by vehicle from 10:10 p.m. to 10:11 p.m.?
Absolutely.
I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Attorney Barry, you may proceed with your cross.
Good morning, Detective Smith.
Good morning.
Did you have an occasion to go to the crime scene on the 18th? Call
To the residents?
the resident, right?
I don't believe I physically went on the property on the 18th. I don't recall.
When was the first time that you did go to the resident?
Unfortunately, I don't recall.
Okay. Would it have been in 2021, or would it have been later?
Oh, no. If in fact I did, to the actual scene residents,
Yeah.
it would have been the 18th or the 19th.
Okay. The photographs that we were looking at, particularly, I'll just show you, this is State Exhibit 480, and sure that I can. State's Exhibit 480. This is the screenshot that you did from across the street, showing that there's a screen on the window that you're explaining to us.
Yes.
There was an issue there with being able to see as well because of the screen.
Certainly complicated the view, yes.
Did you ever go to the crime scene and look at exactly where these lights were associated with where we see on the video?
Yes, on the exterior to some degree. I wasn't even made aware of the case until the 18th. And it would have been either the 18th or 19th.
Okay. And the lights that we see come on in the back, are they associated with where the package was that you saw, or were they in a different place?
They were in a different place.
Okay, even though we saw those same lights come on when the package was delivered. Right.
The back, the back floodlights?
Mm-hmm. Okay. So what area do those back floodlights cover? Do you know when they would come on? How close would you have to be to those floodlights for them to come on?
I did not trigger them during hours of darkness, but they were in a patio area, and there was a wall to the, if you're facing that patio area where these lights were positioned, there was as I recall, a patio area with a part of a wall to the residents here and part of a wall to the right.
Okay. And do you know how long those lights would stay on once they're triggered?
I had counted various cycles of that, and it seemed to be really brief in some instances,
Okay.
as little as 10 seconds.
Okay. And I know sometimes in floodlights that I have, sometimes a dog will trigger them. Anything that might come in their path that there's movement. Is fair to say?
There's potential, yes, for that.
So let's talk a little bit about the vehicle. I know that that you've got new equipment that you've gotten fairly recently to do these testing. Did you do the testing with this new equipment or with the old equipment that you purchased when you came back?
I'm not sure what you're referring to because you kind of mentioned the vehicle and now you're referring to new equipment.
Well, we're testing the headlights. You want to see the V in the headlights?
Yeah.
You indicated that you had equipment that you purchased when you came back from being retired in Cobb County and purchasing that surveillance equipment.
No.
That's something different.
You have, there's no new equipment for that purpose, and the equipment that I referred to was actually in 2002. 2001, they accepted a proposal. 2002, they bought it. It was long before I went to the technology-based crimes unit.
Okay, so the Axon that you were talking
Yeah.
about, that's not new equipment then?
It is the new company that purchased the smaller company, Input Ace.
So you didn't use this newer equipment, you used the equipment back in
Well, none of this is equipment. I mean, it's software. It's software.
Okay,
But this is something that I would say we can see with the naked eye.
okay.
There's nothing that's doing anything to enhance that image. I picked up on what I believed was a signature visually, simply watching the video play from both Verbena Drive and Delphinium Boulevard, those two residential surveillance systems. I believe I was seeing a headlight signature, and my interest was to, once we had the known vehicle of a person of interest to the case in our custody, I wanted those known images of what the headlights were casting. There's no equipment other than cameras and ladders involved in that and the surveillance systems that recorded them.
Well, that's pretty much just visual, you don't use any particular surveillance equipment or anything to enhance what you may see with the naked eye.
I do not recall, other than cropping the images for the PDF that I produced, other than cropping them just so visually they'd be about the same size in each example. No, I don't believe I did any enhancement. I prefer to call it clarification processes of adjusting brightness or contrast or luminance values.
When you are looking at a headlight signature, we'll just say a 2018 Toyota, does each 2018 Toyota have the same signature headlight?
I would say there's a potential for each one to have slightly different headlight signatures. And then all the different variables that come into play. Did a headlight burn out? Was it replaced with a lesser lumens output bulb? Was it replaced with a non-manufacturer produced bulb? Was there a front-end collision that may have changed the aim of a headlight? All those, and there are, as you and I can both imagine, millions of possibilities of what changes, because it's not like it used to be when you and I would take a screwdriver and make an adjustment to our headlights by literally running a screw in and out that would change the pin. These are basically fixed, and what changes them are the bulbs, the lamps used, and any damage or other factors that will change the directionality and the output of a headlamp.
And the only way that you would really know that would be to look at the bulb to see whether it may be the same bulb that was in the vehicle originally. If it was, then most of them would be the same V shape, wouldn't it?
Personally, I could care less about what bulb it is in there. I could care less about the lens. It's about the signature. It's about the signature cast upon the ground, on a roadway, on asphalt, either as the vehicle's traveling, as it's parked, and then recreating to the best of your ability the angles to capture a similar scene and see visually, does it compare? Is it comparable? And in this case, it was.
Yeah, I misunderstood. I thought you said it sometimes depended on the type of bulb that you had, whether you had a front end collision, and all of these things kind of would go in being able to determine whether that V was the same, that may be the same signature on all 2018 Toyotas, correct?
In this case, I'm not concerned about all 2018 Toyotas. I'm literally concerned with one vehicle. And does that signature of that, no matter whose headlamps are in it, no matter what lens is on it, I'm not even concerned, did it ever get in a front-end collision? Was there ever damage to it? I just know several nights earlier, it was casting a particular signature upon the ground. Is it still casting? Is that vehicle, a known vehicle, casting that signature such that I could then confidently say that it was the vehicle that traveled through that area at a time significant to the investigation?
So it wouldn't make any difference to you how many 2018 Toyotas there would be that had the V signature. You're just looking at that particular vehicle.
I literally am looking at that particular vehicle in this kind of scenario when we have a known entity, a known vehicle to compare to.
Tried to write down all these time frames from the stamp. It appears as though that there are lights coming on the front porch at some point. I think at 2131, you see a light on the back of the Hicks home. You recall?
Yes.
And then at 2132, the light goes out. Correct.
I believe that would be generally accurate, yes.
And then at 2132, the lights on the front porch come on. Correct.
If recollection serves, yes.
And you indicated that you can see movement during that time period. I think we saw some sort of person moving across the screen there from maybe the back area towards the front, past the truck.
Past the infrared, the Nest camera, and then eventually down the driveway
Okay.
toward the roadway.
And then at 2137, you got lights on the front porch again, all right? Somewhere in that.
Yeah, I mean, I believe you may be referring to the similar time frame,
Okay.
a continuation of that time frame.
Well, lights on the front porch aren't gonna stay on other than a few seconds, according to what you said.
On the front porch,
Or do you know?
that's the back porch. The front porch, they stayed on much longer, from what I reviewed.
How long do they stay on the front porch?
I didn't do a calculation per se, not like I did for the back, because the back seemed to be triggered and go out pretty quickly. So I did not do the same for the front, and there was no point of entry into the home that we were aware of related to this case on the front. So I did not do a calculation for the back. I'm sorry, for the front.
Okay, so you're saying that the lights are on from 2132 to 2137?
No, I'm not saying that necessarily. I don't recall. And it wasn't the focus of my interest.
And at 214401, you see somebody walking up the street. Is that up the sidewalk in front of the bushes there?
I believe so. I'm unaware of a sidewalk, but there's shrubbery. The driveway meets the roadway. There's a short or narrow, I guess narrow is a better term, strip of grass that one crosses to pass onto the roadway. Yeah.
Okay. It appeared as though, from what I could tell, that person was walking away from the home, the Hicks home. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. And then at 2155, you got the floodlights that go on in the backyard again.
Yes.
And at 2210, you've got the floodlights at the front door, front porch.
I don't recall. I do know the back are illuminated at 2210.
Okay, so you don't remember whether the floodlights were on at 2210?
In the back, they absolutely were. They pop on, and a person is seen moving from the residence toward the roadway.
Well, at 2210-08, you got the back floodlights come on, but you don't recall the front coming on before?
I don't recall that, whether they did or not. My interest was in the back of the home.
Your knowledge, do you know who interviewed the driver for the package delivery?
I do not.
So your best estimate then of the time of the murders was somewhere between 9:55 and 10:10. Is that right?
Yes.
And I think that you indicated that you were able to see a person, but you were not able to determine what that person might be wearing or what they look like.
Yeah, that's correct. No identifiable, other than what appeared to be a human figure moving. Nothing identifiable.
And you indicated at one point that there had been some light that you saw was a reflection that may have been up towards the Lanz home. Could that be anything? The back porch light or anything that came on?
I believe what you're, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe what you're referring to is early in my testimony, I was talking about the Lanz vehicle arriving during the 21:20 hour frame, traveling past 5064 Verbena Drive, and then followed by two SUVs. And then the compilation where the video then picks up from 50-50 verbena. And I indicated that you see light cast into a deeper area, right? And then about 8 seconds later, you begin to see the lighting for the vehicle, the first SUV that would have been behind the Lanz vehicle. And could that have been the Lanz vehicle pulling into 600 Delphinium Boulevard? Yes. Could it have been someone at the intersection that turned and did a U-turn in the four-way stop because they sit right on the corner? Yes. I'm not excluding all other possibilities.
So you're not saying, you don't know whether the Lanz vehicle or what you believe to be the Lanz vehicle pulled into their drive?
I believe it to be the Lanz vehicle. I believe the timing is accurate for it to have been the Lanz vehicle's lights shining into the trees and landscape prior to that first SUV that would have been behind the Lanz vehicle only seconds earlier, captured on the earlier camera footage. So I believe it to be the Lanz vehicle.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Nothing further, Jeff.
Thank you. Any agree? Any follow-up or redirect?
Nothing further, thank you.
All right. Ms. Bennett, the excuse?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I have the attorney's approach for me? All right, State, you may call your next witness.
This time the state calls Detective Ben Jackson.
Please stand this morning. Raise your right hand, please. You do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give the court on the issue now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Thank you. Please have a seat, and once seated, if you please state and spell your true and correct legal name for the record.
Sergeant Ben Jackson, BenJackson.
Thank you. You may proceed. Any of our witnesses?
Good morning.
Good morning.
If you'll please tell the court how you're employed.
I am currently assigned to Crimes Against Persons Unit as the sergeant for that unit.
And how long have you been with the Crimes Against Persons Unit?
I was a detective in the Crimes Against Persons Unit for approximately 2 years before being promoted to sergeant, and then I've been reassigned to that unit as a sergeant since January of 2022.
And just a clarification, which law enforcement agency?
Cobb County Police Department.
And prior to Crimes Against Persons, did you have previous law enforcement experience?
Yes, I was originally post-certified in 2006. I worked for the Georgia Tech Police Department for 1 year, then left law enforcement, was in full-time ministry for about 5.5 years before coming to the Cobb County Police Department in December of 2012.
So since 2012, have you been post-certified?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, were you employed by the Cobb County Police Department in November of 2021?
Yes, sir. At that time, I was a detective in the Crimes Against Persons Unit.
So I want to jump to November 18th, 2021. In what capacity did you work this case?
I was assigned as the second to assist Detective Standard in the homicide investigation.
Now, jumping in, at some point, did you interview Teresa and Scott Lanz?
Yes, sir. We interviewed them at the office on, I believe it was November the 19th.
Now, who is Teresa and Scott Lanz?
They're the father and mother of the suspect, Matthew Lanz.
Now, in the sequence of events, when did you interview them?
It was later in the evening on the 19th, so it was after we'd identified him as the suspect, before we executed the search warrant in Athens, Georgia.
Now, how did the Lanz, Teresa and Scott Lanz, get to the headquarters? If you remember.
I don't recall.
But at some point they were at headquarters.
Yes, sir.
All right. And who interviewed them?
Detective Standard and I interviewed them at the office.
Now, at this time, the state's going to move to Amber Mark State's Exhibit 466 as it's a part of stipulation number 8, and I can read that into the record.
Yes, please.
In full, stipulation number 8, statements of Scott and Teresa Lanz captured on Officer R. Jones's body camera contained in State's Exhibit 460, and from their formal interview with Detectives Zachary Stanner and Ben Jackson contained in State's Exhibit 466 are admissible. Defendant Matthew Lanz is waiving his right to confrontation regarding the statements made by Scott and Teresa Lanz, his parents. So at this time, I think it's a good time to take a break, Judge.
Okay, let me just get on the record. Attorney Berry, any objection?
No, Judge.
Okay. As stipulated in stipulation number 8, State's Exhibit 466 is admitted, and we will take our lunch break at this time. So everyone will be back at 1:30 p.m. Courtroom will be open about 1:15. Just want to remind everybody that chewing gum is prohibited in the courtroom as well. So just want to remind everybody that there should be no chewing gum in the courtroom during the course of the proceedings. Everyone enjoy lunch, and I'll see you all back at 1:30.
not my thing.
Okay, all right. False alarm. Property management.
Now you're gonna talk about it, but yeah, I use your battery in the pocket. It died today too. Sometimes when they cut the lights out, I thought the lights went out, they were going out. Yeah.
Thank you. Everyone, please be seated for me. Good afternoon, everyone. Again, I am Judge Sonia Brown, the presiding judge for this criminal jury trial for the state of Georgia versus Matthew Scott Lanz, case number 229000922. Again, present in the open courtroom are the court, the clerk, the court reporter, Mr. Lanz, he's represented by Attorney Jimmy Berry, and the state is represented by Assistant District Attorneys Green and Horowitz. Anything we need to put on the record before we proceed?
Just one thing, Judge. After this witness, they're going to put up a witness. He took swabs. I think it was you that took swabs. When the state finishes, there's about a 5-minute video that I have not seen.
Okay.
If we could take 5 minutes and review that to see if we can consent to it.
Sure, of course, of course. Anything else?
No, Judge.
All right, you may proceed, Attorney Horowitz.
And Judge, right before the break, I had admitted State's Exhibit 466, which is an interview with Scott and Teresa Lanz. So I would ask the public at the time.
You may.
And I'm ready.
Do you all need the lights turned
No.
off? Okay.
And before, Detective, you're still under oath, before I press play on this, for the record, can you just indicate what the date is of this interview and time?
It's November the 19th, 2021 at 9:12 p.m.
And for the record, who is in this video before it starts playing?
That's Matthew Lanz's parents, Scott and Teresa Lanz.
Who's on the right, who's on the left?
Teresa's on the left and Scott is on the right.
Now, for the record, I'm going to start State Exhibit 466 at 9:12 and 50 seconds p.m.
And the second standard, your Scott, yes, and Matt. The second standard, your Teresa, Jen, all right. You got anything? So, I'm ready to yell in here, especially this hour of the night. Obviously, Detective Jackson is really busy. Where that being, I've heard that happened in your neighborhood, in your house. Has everybody told you that they went to what was going on with your son, Matthew? Has anybody told you what was going on with Matthew? Why don't we talk? Sorry, come here. Well, I'm going to leave you. Okay. Sometime this morning, around 8 a.m. Yes. Matthew was found in two people's houses down in Sandy Springs. When the officer showed up, he was in someone's house. He then pulled out a knife and he stabbed Sandy Springs officer multiple times. Sandy Springs officer, Sandy Springs officer is expected to survive. Matthew was shot at least twice, but he's fine. He was treated at a hospital. He's expected to make a full recovery. So I just want to let you know that. Okay. You want me to give you a minute? We can step out. We can do it. Okay. What are you doing? That's you not know. Like I said, that was something happened in Sandy Springs. Detective Jackson and I found out about it really early this morning. We've been down to Sandy Springs for the whole part of the day, trying to figure out everything that kind of transpired down there. Obviously, Sandy Springs, and you guys are doing a separate investigation as far as where this homicide happened, and not getting into someone's home with a weapon and hurting a police officer. It obviously raised our suspicion that makes us want
You're sure it's Matthew?
yeah, there it is.
Do you have ID on him, his name?
Yeah, exactly. We were the body came and all that stuff. He was in someone's house, one house down there in Sandy Springs. And we showed up and kind of talked to him, and he pulled out a knife and he stabbed off the back of his head. Easy kind of guns. Well, I just saw him when I was young. We went down there to meet the Sandy Springs detectives to try to figure out what was going on in my head. heard that there was a brother. We didn't really know who he was at that time we were investigating this double homicide. But we knew there was another son here. And then this morning we got a call that when the same street got out who Matthew was and where he lived in relation to where the double homicide happened, they called us and said, hey, you might want to know about this because how close it was now to someone else is home and armed with a weapon and staff leading us there. So obviously when we're investigating homicide, that is something we have to follow up and we have to look into that aspect, okay? So that's how Detective Jackson and I ended up having
How could he be mentally disturbed? He's been seeing a psychiatrist since the thing that happened with Austin because we were concerned they were so close. And we went together at first.
And honestly, we've never met, I've never met Matthew. I've never had any communication with Matthew prior. I think nothing about Matthew was what his life to this point, I guess, is still that. I never even knew anything about whatever happened at that house with your other son previously until yesterday. I looked at this the first time this has come to light to me. So that is why, obviously, we're here. Another thing that concerned us was that about the firearm that we had. And I guess from what we're being told, we may have taken from him for whatever and we appreciate that.
We told him that, after what happened to Austin, he could not have any gun.
Let me back up once down. When they were younger, I don't remember if I bought or who bought it, but we had one left, and we used to go to the range and shoot the long gun, I don't remember what it is. And then they purchased 2 handguns, separate, like 4 together or something. I never really got a true story out of that. And after all said and said, we found
We didn't even know they were in town.
we never had any idea. And that's, I mean, appreciate this a little bit. When I said, like, we never met before. I never knew anything about that. We never knew anything about it. So we're not here to judge Matthew. Judge something because we just trying to get answers. We always want to get through some background. That I know the judge are now locked up in a safe. We bought a safe after we took them away. Put them in a safe, hid them in the pocket. Matthew always asked about his guns. Don't worry about your guns, you know, get in the back. Maybe one day I'll go with you, but not right now, because I'm just not a gun person at all. I saw him every week. He'd come home when I go to Athens, and we'd play golf and dinner. I knew it was going to be tough with his brother's loss. We knew he had something going on in his head that we couldn't figure out. We couldn't figure out Austin either. We thought we were doing the right thing. I don't know we will. But Matthew wasn't right. We were going to pull him out. We were going to bring him back home, let him go local, be around him more. And he didn't want to do that. He said, I'm fine. So he's got some issues. After all, we got malarkey. He went out and bought a gun. He told us October.
Yeah, what we didn't know this until yesterday.
Well, we went to see him. There was a gun in the park. We told him, that is this. Where did you get this? I bought it at his gun store.
Gun range.
Whatever, I don't freaking remember. And I said, well, you can't have this. He said, Dad, it's personal property, it's mine, he's defiant, he doesn't like law, he doesn't like rules.
He needs to protect himself. For some reason,
There's a fear that somebody's out to get him.
with this. He said, that's what he says every time we say, why do you think you need something to protect yourself? Because everybody should have something to protect themselves.
We Yeah, we've got some private hands that we never had that. I took back to our house, and I just showed that old folks who were there with us doing war, with Acworth. And, there's a connection. My guess is, I don't know.
But, I mean, the reason we went to Athens yesterday, I went first, because after we found out about the neighbors, I started trying to call him, to tell him before he saw it or heard it, and he wasn't answering his phone. And I continued to text him and call him.
Is it right now, go straight to voicemail, or?
And I think that it was showing blue yesterday. Today it's been showing green. I think I texted him twice and called him maybe a couple of times. And it was just green, so I assumed it was either dead or off. But yesterday it was blue. And so I probably got there about 2:30 or so, and I unlocked the door, and the chain was on. And I was, yelling through the door, so I could see his bedroom door was closed. And I kept saying, Matthew, come to the door. And I waited and waited. And so I kept trying to push the chain just to break it. And about the time that I finally got it to unscrew out of the wall, he walked out of his bedroom. And the gun was right by the bed. And I said, what is this? He said, well, I thought somebody was breaking into the apartment. And I said, well, why would you think that? I was screaming, Matthew's mom. And, this is 2:30 in the afternoon, and he's in a dance when he's in his bed when he's supposed to be in class.
We all have a gun. I have a different. If you're a gun, that's a gun. Sure, like now, I have a license to fall back to where I put it. I don't not have any secrets.
But that is why we were there yesterday, because I was concerned that I couldn't get in touch with him, and I wanted to tell him about what happened.
Do you have any suspicions?
There was no barking Wednesday night or whenever that occurred. Was it Wednesday night? Yes. Wednesday night, my dogs bark at everything. I mean, they bark when I go outside. I can't find anything. We didn't hear a sound. And so I have no idea what happened. If he was there, he was not in the house.
Not in our house.
Not in our house.
No. Not just mine, but that's information. When you heard about what happened to you, your neighbor's house, was there any suspicion that Matthew may have been involved?
I would never. I mean, we've never even met the new people. Never even met them. And Matthew knew that the other people moved out long ago. It never occurred to me that he had anything to do with this.
The person we asked when I talked to Matthew, he said that you asked him if he killed neighbors.
Well,
Here's, let me back up. I see some regarding like trying to keep the spirits up, let them know behind, we're going to do something, blah, blah, blah. He called me Tuesday night. I spoke to him Tuesday night. How you doing, buddy? Everything okay? School? What are you doing? He said, I was at the gas station filling up my car. Filling up his car. And he was going to come home with his computer. And I said, great, you pick me up at the airport tomorrow, which was Wednesday night. Wednesday, I talked to him. Pick me up at the airport at 6 o'clock. Yes. He said the meeting was going on. She knew not to go out and be home. He never came in the house. If he came home, he didn't unlock the doors. We don't even know if he ever came home. He told us that he
he said, no, I don't need to come home.
It's late night.
Yeah.
You had it for a while.
Yeah, yes, he was in August.
Okay, so you've been over there multiple times, right?
Yeah.
How does it usually happen? Is it neat normally, or is it steady chaos?
No, it's always very neat and clean and orderly.
When you saw him, I guess it was Thursday, or when you saw him Thursday, was his appearance, was he drunk? Was he?
He was not drunk.
How did he saying weird things? He always says weird things. He always say weird things. Wait, when he was just really good fellow. He was just really.
When he got up at 2:30 in the afternoon, you could tell he had been sleeping very hard because, you know, his eyes were swollen and he was kind of disoriented at first. And I said, what are you doing in bed? Why aren't you in class? And he said, I was just really tired. And I said, why are you so tired? I can't remember what he said. But I probably said, Daddy said you were coming home. I said, well, you weren't at home. I said, what is going on? And at first he told me that he came in the house. And I said, there's no way he came in the house because the dogs would bark and flip out. I said, there's no way you were inside our house. And I said, and you know, we have a thing that we latch and unlock it. And I said, yeah. I said, how would you have gotten in? And then later he said, no, I didn't. And so I didn't really believe that he actually was anywhere in the vicinity. And that's when I said to him, you know, of course, I saw the gun and we had that conversation. And I said, did you have anything to do with what happened to the neighbors? And that's when I told him, you know, what happened to the neighbors. He didn't respond immediately. Like, oh my God, are you kidding? And I think he was just still not alert. I mean, you could tell.
Was it, he wasn't alert because he was still not wake up, or was he was all kind of out kind of.
I don't know. I mean, I honestly can't answer that. I don't know if it was that, you know, he was just not quite. It was later on, you know, after I'd been there for quite a while before Scott came, he was more alert and talking, you know, more clearly.
Did he ever give you actual yes or no response about asking that question?
He said, I did not murder anybody.
So other than him kind of sleeping at night, is that unusual from the sleep till 30 years or not? We should watch him on the weekend. We got your classes going. How do I say figure out the weekend? We sleep until 2:30.
Yeah, not that late, no.
So, it's a little unusual for him to sleep at late. He looked tired when he woke up. Everything in the apartment seemed normal.
Yeah.
Who actually did the picture? You wouldn't get it to her, that's why Teresa called me and said, I said, get Matthew in the car, bring him to our house. And he refused to go home. That's when she called me and said, I'm here, blah, 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 blah. He's off his rocker. I'm going to have Aaron pick him from the airport. You go. So I went and felt the same thing and talked about it and asked point blank, were you involved? And it was not a yes or no. It was all answers that really made no sense. And if you talk to them long enough, somebody has, they may get a sense that he's arrogant. So we said, let's go. You're going. Mom's going with Ed Ryan because she picked me up, and I'll drive you and I. He said, Dad, I want to stay here. I said, why? Why would you want to come home? You were going to come home last night. You did. He said, I just want to stay. I got classes, blah, blah, blah. So I said, okay. But I'm taking it up. And he went and got it. And said, Dad, possession is possession. I'm the only
out, and it'd be good for him. I mean, maybe because he's 22 years old, that he can't tell us anything, I don't know.
I know you said you had a time, that's a little bit, do you have any idea what kind of happens? They.
I have no idea.
But you know what color it was? Black. Did it look like kind of like what you said, block? This is, yeah, that's not one of the block, because the other two guys we have blocks. This one was, looked at it. This was shaped like this, it was shaped like that same size.
But the holster's not that big, it's just about that wide.
It's okay, you know, I just think that 88, 99 caliber. I was just curious. So he had the bullets at his house. Yes. Did you ever see the bullets? Yes. Can you describe those to me? They were about 8. Yeah. If I use the word casing, you know, I mean, showcase. What color was the showcase? Gold. The showcase was gold. She didn't have any other camera with us, anything like that. Not that, you know, because the gun in the ammo was in his drawer. It was on the floor next to his bed. It was after 3 hours, he put it in his little drawer box. Did he have any other magazines there?
He had 2, one was iron and one in it. Well, it was not in it, it was just kind of hanging out.
Did it have the same ammo in there, too? That's about, yeah, I think it was the same. But I said, well, how many are in these? And he said, 8, maybe.
I don't know.
I said, how many are missing? Well,
He said he shot 5 or 6 rounds at his own range.
He said he fired 5 or 6 shots at that range. If I showed you a bullet, would you be able to recognize it? I think so. Did you ever see anything on those kind of like this?
The little one that big.
Nothing.
Not that big.
And is that just so wrong about that? I don't think it was so tough. It was all very simple. All right.
No, little.
Now, I think you said you've seen a psychiatrist. Did he actually think diagnosed with things?
I mean, I told the psychiatrist that, you know, I thought that he was either bipolar or schizophrenic, you know, of the episodes that we've seen over the last few years.
So it's been a few years now.
About 2.5.
I'm trying to think this up. I don't think it's not very bad.
Yeah.
You all had the right words on the town. So a couple years.
Yeah.
So like high school years?
No, he was always an excellent straight A student, went to magnet school in Kennesaw Mountain, athlete, played lacrosse, never got in trouble, never drank, never, you know, it was the good crowd kids. When he went to Georgia, I wanted him to get in a fraternity to help him because he was kind of geek, you know, he was in computer lab at school, and I just thought it would help him socially at Georgia. And it's not like sitting in his dorm or apartment all day on the computer. I thought that I think it will help you socially, you'll really enjoy it. My daughter went down to the store and loved it. And so I think that was the beginning of the end. Of course, he got in there and started drinking and smoking, and Lord only knows what else those guys do. And, you know, I think he started smoking pot. He didn't never smoke pot before. And the kind of crap that those kids get now, I don't know what's in it, but it's not the kind of pot from where I went. And so we started seeing, you know, his grades started climbing after the first semester, and behavior, yes.
Did he struggle at school this time? Yes.
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 Yes, he's been struggling ever since.
Yeah, they were doing
And I said, oh, I'm happy with him,
and the count there, when he got around, people freaked out.
paranoid.
He was,
So,
he arrested. He was, he's on probation. And he had 2 more months.
well, they he got, had to go through the code of conduct through school, because it was on, their fraternity house was on school campus, not off campus. So, when they contacted the, fraternity council to tell them what had happened, they in turn contacted school. So then the school board called me and said, you know, I'm calling to let you know there was an incident at his fraternity house. He is on his way home, and so we got an attorney to get him back in school because they wanted to keep him out like 2 semesters, like a whole year. And we just felt like, you know, the kid's never been in trouble. He got so high, he didn't know what he was doing. He needs a second chance because he's just a great student, great kid.
But it was hard to do with Cobb County police.
Yeah, so I drove him to the police station and turned himself in. Because of the attorney record.
And you think that incident was because he got too high, or
Yeah.
John said, or you think that was the beginning of maybe?
I think he was smoking a tremendous amount of pot at that time. And I think that was the beginning of all these episodes. And, we didn't know this, but another episode occurred before that when he was living in the dorm. They said he was running through the dorm and banged his head against the wall when he was real high one time. And the people that come to check on what yeah. But they didn't ever notify us because they didn't seem to think.
Never got there.
He
I didn't say the same. He quit smoking because he was on, he had to do weekly work every Sunday went to the police station. So I think he was straight for a period of time. And then once he completed that, he kind of slid back to the old days. We did our own academic probation for this stuff. Yeah. So struggling in school, but still maintaining grades. He wouldn't tell us.
Well,
He's become really defiant, right? Really. I think he'll go ahead.
He came home, you know, when that happened in the fall of his sophomore year. That's when that happened, like in October at the fraternity. And so he stayed home through, did he go back to the spring?
Yeah, for COVID.
Oh yeah, that's when COVID hit, so he had to stay home. He was allowed to go back to school and take classes, but he had to do it online because when COVID hit. So he was home that whole year, and then that summer, and then this is his junior year, and so he went back. Well, we got an apartment in April because he couldn't find any community service in Cobb County for his program. Yeah.
So he was full boat scholarship for 2 quarters. Came out of Kennesaw High School with a 4 point something. And went to Georgia and had a 3.6 and a 3.5 and joined the fraternity all down. And my guess is today, he had 1 good quarter. Because we said you got to straighten up. We're paying a lot of money. And I think this quarter will be his worst to the major.
It was engineering and he switched it to cognitive science.
Which again is, I don't know. If all matches, we stop it. I'll be honest with you, we will be testing it. We will be testing it. I don't have the results of that right this second, but I realize we'll be having,
Do you know how many times the people have? Both of them each small one.
you guys know where in the house bodies were?
I talked to the grandparents down the street briefly, and they told me that the authorities told them they were sitting on the sofa. They were found sitting on the sofa.
You know where they were?
I'm assuming that must be their den.
Yeah, war around here.
You ever tell
them where they were?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I didn't know that he came back up and all I wanted to know was he involved, yes. It's the only thing he's and I know they doing strange things, seeing strange things. There's nothing specific that's kind of repetitive behavior with him, whether he be presence or does he paranoid about a specific thing, if there's something specific they take on.
It takes on having to have a weapon to protect himself, especially since what happened to Austin.
Is this like a everyday thing, or is it kind of comes and goes, or he has good weeks and bad weeks, or as far as whatever's going on with him?
Well, when he came home and he asked to see where the guns were, I was the one who knew where the key was. And so Daddy, Scott said, I don't know where the key is, but I went, Mom, go get it, and I will show you where the guns are, that they're safe, and they're put away, and they'll be here for whenever. And so I went and got the key, and, unlocked it. He came in, and he and Scott sat there, and he showed him, everything was in the safe, and
Now you can't take his lock back up, and I'll be here when we think it's time to do something with it. So he's pretty big on protecting himself. Did he ever express anything of why he needed protection? Maybe express that he thought was. I think there were folks out to get him. And I think it was on the devilish, demonic side of his mind that he was hearing things, seeing things, believing things that weren't true, that led him to believe. Tell me somebody's going to have to, I don't know.
yes, one day when I was in Athens, he drove me past this temple that he said were devil worshippers. Because he said he was sitting outside one night, and he heard a woman or somebody scream to the top of their lungs. And we said, where do you think that was coming from? He said, I think it's coming from the demonic temple.
It was amazing. Everybody's on the sidewalks. That's what it was. I didn't get your way to it. So I said, are you kidding me? He told me that on the phone when I was in D.C. And the next time I saw him, said, tell me where all this happened. And it was 3 to a mile from his house. And I said, something doesn't make sense. If you scream as loud as you can at that place, there's no way you're back at your place. So was that in his mind? He believes things that I don't think would ever have heard from. I don't get that. For me, 3 months ago, yeah. Did he ever say anything about that house that happened? Even before the house that happened? Did they ever think they did it over here?
When that was all going on with Austin, I would ask him, I would say, do you see any of this that Austin thinks he sees and that's going on? Have you ever seen a flashing lights at Austin? He said, I've seen the
the lights on and off, turning the lights around our house, and just things that aren't normal, right? And God forbid, we did everything we could for Austin, and he had similar issues with the dark side. It's all I can say. But you know, living in the real world. Now, I know you said that. You said, yes, I saw that. And the lights over there, when they were messing with Austin and stuff. Did he say anything about that house recently?
No, hasn't mentioned the house. Not at all.
Because I purposely, a few months, they sold their house a month after.
They sold their house.
After lockdown.
Yeah. And the people that moved in,
September.
maybe somewhere around that time.
So I made a point to tell him that those people, the old people are gone, and new people have moved in that house. Because Matt had all about the light,
He did?
about the previous owners messing with Austin. Because, like I said, I was very familiar with what happened with Austin and that house prior to that. This was new to me until today. And I can tell Matthew was very, you know, we asked him, what happened to your brother in the house? And why did he go over there that one time that their house was that come because I don't want to talk about that else. What happened to my brother? He seemed like he's very, like, I don't want to talk about it. But then he would say, yes, they used to mess with the lights. He took about the lights, they put your lights out all the time. But then, these little, that's what I was thinking, the concern for us was that, the new residents in the window, flashing Christmas tree. That go on and off, just flashlight. And Austin told us he's out in the backyard, Matt told us he's out in the backyard, he said, that's his light. On the corner, sounded from the neighbors.
So he told y'all he was there.
He told us he came to your house. Sat in the car for like 15 minutes. Took like an hour and a half essentially. Walked around the backyard. Smoked a cigarette. Kind of hanging out there for a little bit. And they said,
And did he say he came in the house?
he said he never went here.
Why did he tell us that he came in our house?
He said he didn't go. He said he got a bad feeling. He took a bad feeling in the air. And then that spooked him. But the fixation of the lights is what we were trying to kind of understand what he meant by that. What Austin, what
He
they
was saying that he saw flashing lights in the backyard.
said it's all like flickering up his peripheral.
Well, I was trying to figure out if he was really there, because I said, were there any lights on in the house behind us if you were here? And he said, yeah. And I said, well, were they on upstairs or downstairs? Because they left, I think, the lights on. It wasn't everything exactly like we found it. And from what I've seen, it's the downstairs lights that are on, not the upstairs. And he said, he used that term, those demonic lights were on. And I said, what? And he said, those demonic lights.
So he said that happened to the car?
Yeah.
After this happened?
Yes,
So he told you they're going to car this demonic place?
yes. And I said,
Why would he? What's the point in telling you about the Christmas lights? No, he didn't tell us about the Christmas lights. I'm telling you that when we're talking about flashing lights and stuff, the house just happened to have a flashing crash. So that was something we were thinking like,
He was just flashing lights.
we were trying to think,
Go out of the house and the flashing Christmas tree.
yeah. And he called it the demonic lights to me. And that's why I didn't believe he was really there. Honest to God, I just believe he was just not on the earth. I said, Matthew, you came home. you're right, I didn't come in the house.
Yeah, I believe you.
So, you know, one minute he told me one thing and the next thing he told me another, so I just didn't know what to believe. And that's when I probably said, did you have anything to do with those people?
Did you know he was up in Metro Atlanta?
Oh, I have no idea.
What? Did you know he was up in Metro Atlanta today?
No.
Did you think he was still in that hospital? I didn't know if he could have come back. Burgess. Yeah. Did you think he was still in that?
Yes, because we said when we left, you know, buddy, if you stay here, you got to go to class. You know, don't go online, go in person. And he said, I am. So I texted him this morning because I thought his classes were 11 and said, you up? And he didn't respond. And then I tried calling him. And he just went straight to voicemail. And I thought, oh gosh, he's still asleep. He did not get up. And so I called him again at some point, and it went straight to voicemail again. And so I told Scott, I said, you know, I guess we need to go back tomorrow and see what the world's going on.
I didn't know if Sheriff called you today.
No. We told him that if he didn't come home with us last night, just to stay and come home Tuesday when classes were over. But I never said any other negative things about that house. You know, once that was all over and done, and he said something to me. I can't remember exactly what we're talking about, but he said, no, I don't hold a grudge. Austin didn't hold a grudge, and I don't hold a grudge. When I said, did you have anything to do with us treating? And he said something like, no, I don't hold a grudge.
And when you explained to him, hey, the previous residents don't live here anymore, do you think that it seemed like he understood that?
Oh, yeah. Definitely.
It wasn't just a point in time conversation. It was a conversation about a lot of things. We were on the golf course. I don't remember when or where. And, you know, he was always needed that. He know everything you do, and he know everything, right? Matthew was always one that needed to be information, so he knew what we were doing. He knew if we were going on vacation, if we were going to do this and that.
But it was in the newspaper, and he knew all the newspaper articles that the guy had moved out the week before Austin broke in there. So he knew that no one was living there. And then the guy put in the media that the girl had moved out way back in October. And we didn't know that. We thought they were both there that whole time.
So it never seemed like you forgot that you had that conversation, forgot that they.
No.
There was never been a reason to have another conversation.
I mean, there was a for sale sign when we were, you know, he knew that, you know, it was for sale. And he knew that the guy had moved out.
He doesn't have a birthday, does he?
No.
So that house in the apartment.
In the apartment.
Is it all here?
All cameras.
So that was a little old apartment that he was putting out.
Yeah. Did Frank live there? So he said, oh, there's a kid or something?
No.
His freshman friend, it was a great kid. Free guy that went to Kennesaw Mountain, right?
Yeah.
And as a freshman, they roomed together. Great kid. He still keeps in touch with him. He had a fraternity incidents, and he got decommissioned or de-pledged. So I don't think he has much conversation with him. I don't think he has a lot of practice.
I asked him last night.
Quiet guy, he's a loner. He's just not research.
But he wasn't all
As far as, you know, as an adult,
he ever, got past the fraternity incident. Socially, I think that, the fraternity told all fraternity brothers not to have anything to do with him. And I think, that was a huge,
435 North Church Street, Tampa, apartment 4. Apartment 4, yeah, it's 435 Church Street. Yeah, it's Athens, 435 North Church Street, apartment 4. Yeah, it's very orderly. He does his laundry regularly, it's clean, there's not trash everywhere. He used to cook himself some food, he's now gone off on a little different tangent. Don't feel like he's eating. Him and Austin Christopher.
yeah. They were home together for almost 2 years, one night he had to come home his sophomore year. And, Austin was there, all that time. And then Matthew was home until about April.
Did he take it pretty hard afterwards?
We all did.
And I understand you so. And I would be good to sympathize with you. We were trying to understand what Matthew's mindset was after that.
Yeah.
He was hard on it for a few weeks or a month. That's why every weekend I would go do something with him. Austin, August, it was always
He had a breakdown on the way home from Virginia. We had to go up there and I realized.
We had one last chance to go see Austin and people on before we had cremated. We said, Matthew, you have a choice. He would come with us. He wanted to. And I think that hit pretty hard. Did he seem like he got worse with maybe delusions or early after?
He had a physical, crying breakdown in the car, driving home for 10 hours. That's the first time he had just let it all out, and he was just screaming and mad as hell and crying and just talking crazy. And we just were like, oh my God. And that's when we, called psychiatrists and said, can we come in and all meet and talk?
Other than what happened today, and wanted to protect himself, which is actually what people want to do. You ever had violence on first? Anybody?
No.
I know we have a knife around it. Yeah. They never assaulted anybody.
Not that we are.
Tried to stand on anybody. Pointing a gun at somebody for no reason.
Never, never.
I think it's been just in the last 6 to 8 weeks that he's tilted. He tilted.
I think he knows that he's failing and that he is eating away at the pressure. And he told me last night that he had dropped Spanish. And I said, is that been eating away at you because you haven't told me and just now telling me? And he said, yes. And I said, are you going to your other classes? Because we weren't convinced that he's going to his classes. And he says, yes, I have. And he says, I'm still over, I'm taking full force, even if I'm
I
driving.
didn't wake up today and go to the 10-1 class. I never got to do a 1-on-1 class. He went to Sandy Springs.
That's insane to me.
We hugged him last night, right?
Yes.
And said, we love you. Get your butt up, go to class, and we'll see you
people were gone. And that's what the grandparent told the grandfather, that the authorities told them that they think somebody broke in while they were gone and were in there and surprised him because he said they were just sitting on the sofa. So I might have talked to that. Yeah, I do remember telling him the windows were broken in and that the grandfather saw someone was in there waiting.
And he said, don't touch the lights. And that would do that next look at a cigarette. You could see the lights, catching the light on the corner of his eye. Which obviously were as fixation about the lights. We asked some questions there, like, hey man, when we get your gun, the showcase, you know, national zero showcase in the house, he goes, probably not.
It's probably
Yeah,
not.
probably. I was like, man, you don't seem very confident in that. He said, we said something about, like, why do you think this would happen to some of these people? I get confident, like, they could have been demonic. So it seemed like he was there enough to not go into specific details, but there's also some things that were very concerning. So it's obviously, there were some camera footage of some of the worker around in their backyard. Some clothing that was similar to what he was wearing today. We asked him about a specific thing that all of them were happy he was wearing another same color though. And we were like,
So he wasn't wearing the same clothes.
well, he was wearing that day, and we go, which way was it? It was the North Face that he was wearing, and that's what he was wearing today. So he kind of said, and then he came a little upset because there was a kid in the house. You can tell he kind of, put his head down, took a long pause, stare off.
Yeah, I remember him when I told him that they had a child, and he said, were they okay? And I said, yes, they were okay. I said, but, they found him hiding. He was clearly, upset. Because I remember him saying he was okay.
Love to get the house.
Oh, dear God. He should, if it's with him, he lost his mind. He lost his mind to go into someone's house in Sandy Springs. You know that for sure.
That's for sure.
Yes.
He said officer shot.
He's crazy.
We haven't charged him with anything that is very serious. Okay. But we'll prepare you that it is possible. He's going to let it go. He may possibly go and charge him 2 counts of homicide and several other charges. Okay. Like I said, we're still investigating this thing. I just want to prepare you that it is a possibility for public gathering so far. Okay.
He'll never come out. Yeah, we'll put him in jail and he's never coming back.
He's crazy, God.
I just want to prepare you that with what we've done so far, and
But what's the process to continue? What's Charles' process?
Call Mr. Berry. When you call an attorney.
that's, I mean,
Well,
what you do after this is up to you. He's already had criminal charges and these things. Right. Sure.
My number is 404. 702.
getting it set up, get some water, just gotta have some time together. I'm just, my question is,
For the record, I'm stopping this video at 10:18:20. Detective, you see that both yourself and Detective Stannard exit the interview room. Is that the completion of the interview?
Yes, sir. I think we went back in one more time just to check on him,
But nothing of conversation as to this case, really?
correct.
So I want to ask you some questions about some of your tape.
Before you go into that, why don't we take a quick break? It's been about an hour and about 15 minutes. Give everyone an opportunity to stretch and get some water, and we'll come back at 2:50, about 10 minutes.
Thank you, George.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. Thank you.
Sorry, Judge, we look at the video.
Okay, no problem. No problem. Are you all ready to proceed, or do you need more time? We're ready. Right, we are back on the record in the state of Georgia versus Matthew Scott Lanz, 22-00922. All parties are present. You may proceed, ADA Ron.
Detective, so after watching that video, I want to kind of understand kind of the procedural of events. So, on what day was the murder?
The bodies were found on the 18th, but the murder likely occurred the 17th into the 18th.
Now, after speaking with Teresa and Scott, when did they go to Athens?
They went to Athens the 18th, the day that the bodies were found.
Now, during that interview, around what time did Teresa make it to Athens?
She said she left about noon and arrived in Athens around 2:30 in the afternoon.
Now, what about Scott?
I don't recall an exact time, but Teresa was already there, and she said she called him at the airport, had the daughter pick him up at the airport and come straight there.
Now, what were some of the big takeaways of the interview that you had with Teresa and Scott?
The first thing that struck me was the fact that Teresa did think to drive over 2 hours to Athens the same day, the 18th. And then the fact that she did ask her son if he'd had anything to do with the neighbors being murdered.
And was anything about the gun significant to you?
Yeah, first off, the fact that they decided they needed to take the gun from their son, as Mr. Scott said, he thought he might be suicidal or homicidal or hurt somebody else. And then Matthew told them that he fired 5 or 6 rounds at the range, which was consistent with the number of rounds from the homicide scene.
Now, who ultimately took the gun from the defendant?
Scott said that he took it because Matthew wouldn't give it to his mother, so he said he took the firearm and left the bullets there in the apartment.
And what did he do with the gun?
He took it and if I recall, he put it in his bedroom closet, which is when officers arrived at the house, he told them where to find it. They found the gun.
Now, I want to move on to some buckle swabs. At some point, did you obtain a search warrant for the defendant's DNA?
Yes, Detective Standard and I obtained search warrants, Fulton County search warrants for the defendant's DNA because he was at the Fulton County Jail on Rice Street.
Why were you interested in obtaining that DNA?
To compare with DNA collected on the scene, we were having the ATF process the shell casings for DNA, and then also we recovered the firearm to compare any DNA from the firearm.
Now, were you able to actually execute that search warrant?
We did. The search warrant was obtained November the 30th, and then we executed executed December the 1st, I believe around 11:40 hours,
And where did you execute it?
at the Fulton County Jail on Rice Street.
Now, for the judge, how is that buccal swab examination conducted?
We use sterile cotton swabs, and we swab the insides of the cheeks. I usually use 2 swabs and swab the inside of the cheek to collect the DNA.
Now, I'm going to show you what's marked as States Exhibits 482 and 483. Do you recognize these exhibits?
Yes, they're the buccal swab kits from Matthew Scott Lanz.
And are these the physical swabs that you took from Matthew Scott Lanz at the jail that day?
Yes, they're sealed in the evidence packaging.
At this time, the state moves to enter what's marked as States Exhibits 482 and 483 into evidence.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
States 482 and 483 are admitted.
Now, while conducting that buccal swab examination, did you also take a photograph of the defendant?
Yes, we took a photograph of the defendant to show who we were collecting the buccal swabs from, and we also audio recorded our interaction.
I'm now going to show you what's marked as States Exhibit 659. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir, it's Matthew Lanz.
And is this the photograph you took during that buccal swab examination?
Yes, sir, it is.
At this time, the state moves to enter what's marked as States Exhibit 659 into evidence.
Any objection? States 659 is admitted.
Now, you also mentioned an audio recording. Prior to your testimony, did you happen to listen to that audio recording prior to your testimony?
Yes, sir, I viewed it this morning.
And was that a copy of that interaction with Mr. Lanz at jail that day?
Yes, sir.
At this time, the state moves to enter what's marked as States Exhibit 467 into evidence.
Any objection?
I had the opportunity during the break to listen to that, so we don't have any objection.
Thank you. States 467 is admitted.
You gonna publish, Judge?
Yes.
And for the record, I am playing 467 starting at 1 minute and 20 seconds.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your cooperation. You got any questions about the third one? Yes, we're done. And I'll give you this conversation and keep your own record. I'm sure I see notified. Yes, yes, give them that copy and we'll all have additional copies on it that you can get from Acworth to their Cobb, okay? That is what it's 15. Yeah.
For the record, I'm stopping 467 at 6 minutes and 30 seconds. The remainder of that audio is just you leaving it. I'm stopping the video at 6 minutes and 30 seconds. Detective, the remainder of that video, is that just you leaving the jail?
Yes, sir. It's just us leaving.
Now, the swabs that were taken, that has been admitted into evidence, were those sent off for forensic testing?
Yes, sir. I believe 2 were sent to the GBI and 2 were sent to the ATF.
Now, I want to show you what's already been admitted, State Exhibit 659. Now, is this Matthew Lanz, who you performed that buccal swab on?
Yes, sir. And that's the picture I took.
Now, do you see Matthew Lanz in the courtroom today?
Yes, sir.
If you'll please point him out and describe an article of clothing.
He's sitting at the defendant's table in the green shirt.
Let the record reflect that the detective has identified the defendant.
The record will still reflect.
Now, were you also tasked with getting buccal swabs for Jacob Hicks?
Yes, sir.
How did you go about doing that?
We did that the same day. We went to their home and got consent from Jacob's grandfather, Timothy. And again, it's a swab of the inside of the cheek.
I'm now going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibits 657 and 658. Do you recognize them?
Yes, sir. It's the buccal swabs from Jacob Hicks.
This time the state moved to enter what's marked as State's Exhibits 657 and 658 into evidence.
Any objection? State 657 and 658 are admitted.
Now, with those swabs as well, were they also sent off for forensic testing?
Yes, sir.
Where?
Also 2 to the GBI and 2 to the ATF.
Nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you. Attorney Barry, you may proceed with your cross.
Thank you. Deputy Jackson, were you involved in the search of the home or go to the home on the 18th?
On Defilement?
I'm sorry.
On Defilement or the one in Athens?
The next day, after the 18th.
The scene?
The scene?
Yes, sir, I was.
Okay, and what was your job at the scene?
I assisted with processing the scene.
I'm sorry.
I assisted with processing the scene.
Process. Okay, and what did you do to process?
Look for evidence, look for shell casings, search the upstairs bedroom. I remember when the any investigator got there, I assisted with moving Amber's body.
Did you find anything other than the shell casings that were of interest?
I believe we found a piece of a projectile, if I recall.
Okay. Did you collect that or somebody?
I did not. The crime scene technician and the medical examiner's office collected those items.
You indicated that you had possession of a firearm at some point?
The firearm used in the crime?
Correct.
No, sir, not that I recall.
And you indicated that you got a Fulton County search warrant. Was that you or some other?
I was with Detective Standard, but Detective Standard was the affiant. And in relation to the firearm, I did find the magazines at the apartment in Athens.
Okay. So, that was going to be my next question. Did you go to Athens to be involved in that search there?
Yes, sir.
And what did you find in that search about?
In the computer desk drawer, I found 2 loaded magazines.
Okay. 2 loaded magazines, and were those 9mm magazines?
Yes, sir.
Did you find any loose bullets?
Not that I recall.
Okay. Was there anything else that you found of significance there in the search in Athens?
No, sir, not that I recall.
And were the magazines that you collected, were they sent to the ATF or the crime lab, whoever was going to do the testing on them?
I believe Detective Standard sent them off, but I'm not sure. I do remember counting the rounds in them. One was fully loaded and one, I believe, had 12 rounds in it.
Okay. How many rounds does the clip normally hold?
17?
Okay. And did you do anything else in relation to this case other than what you testified to?
No, sir.
All right. Thank you.
Is there any follow-up or redirect for Detective Jackson?
No, Judge.
May I be excused?
Yes, Judge.
Thank you. Detective Jackson, thank you. State and call your next witness.
At this time, the state calls Todd Bill.
You raise your right hand, please. You do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give the court on the issue now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Thank you. Have a seat for me. And once seated, if you please state and spell your true and correct legal name for the record.
Name is Todd Bill. Last name is B as in boy, I-L-L-E.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon. If you'll please introduce yourself to the judge and explain how you are employed.
Todd Bill, I'm the senior scientist for the DNA section at the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives Laboratory in Beltsville, Maryland.
Now, you say that you're a DNA scientist.
Thank you.
You said that you're a DNA scientist for the ATF. What does that mean?
So as a senior scientist, I act as in an advisory capacity to the Deputy Assistant Director of the Office of Science and Technology for the ATF laboratory. I also perform research. I coordinate the research internally at the ATF lab. I also coordinate research with other government agencies and external agencies. And then, as necessary now, I do some casework analysis as well.
Now, it probably goes without saying, but is the ATF an accredited lab?
Yes, sir.
Now, for the judge, can you describe your job responsibilities?
So as a senior scientist, like I said, I advise the Deputy Assistant Director of the OST. I also perform research on improving methods, research new methods that we could potentially implement, help with the validation of those methods, and then perform casework analysis.
Now, how long have you been with the ATF?
It's coming up on 20 years, since 2006.
And have you been specifically kind of in the DNA field with the ATF during that entire time?
Yes, sir.
Prior to being with the ATF since 2006, did you have any other experience dealing with DNA?
Yes, I started my forensic career with the Indiana State Police Laboratory in 1991. I was actually hired in the trace unit, as before they had a DNA unit. But later on that year, they decided that they wanted to start a DNA unit. And since my background was in biochemistry, I transferred over to the DNA unit, helped start that unit. I was there for 10 years doing DNA analysis, serology analysis. Eventually, when the DNA technical leader position became a thing, I became the DNA technical leader of the laboratory. DNA technical leader is responsible for all DNA technical, or all aspects of the DNA analysis at the laboratory. So developing the methods, validating those methods, implementing them, performing research. You oversee all the training of the analysts. You're also responsible to make sure you're following all the quality assurance guidelines and that we comply with all the accreditation and national quality assurance standards. I was a DNA technical leader there, eventually became supervisor, and then in 2001, I was hired by the Bodie Technology Group, which is a private DNA laboratory in Northern Virginia, as the assistant laboratory director, and there I oversaw casework analysis and other special projects. For instance, I led the team to develop the DNA extraction methods and process flow for the DNA identification of some of the skeletal remains from World Trade Center.
I'm sorry.
And then became the vice president of special projects there. It involved doing different special projects with mass graves, mass humanitarian events. For instance, I went to Thailand after the tsunami in 2004-2005 to help with the identification there. Then in 2006, the ATF laboratory decided they wanted to have a DNA unit. They've had a laboratory, ATF's had a laboratory since late 1800s, but a lot of the DNA analysis up to that point wasn't really relevant to what they did. DNA analysis was typically body fluids such as blood, semen, saliva, but touch DNA analysis was becoming more prevalent at that time, and so that lent itself more to the type of evidence that we see at the ATF: firearms, explosive devices, and Molotov cocktails, things like that. So they hired me, as well as two other people. They hired me as the DNA technical leader to lead the team to try to get DNA analysis at the ATF laboratory. There I was a DNA technical leader until about 2 years ago, and then I got promoted to the senior scientist position.
Now, with that experience, did you have education that led you towards becoming a DNA analyst for the ATF?
Yes. My Bachelor of Science degree is in biochemistry from Purdue University, and then I also have a Master's of Science degree from Indiana University, Purdue University at Indianapolis.
And do you also continue your education through, CLEs or PowerPoints or anything to the sort?
Yes, so I went through my initial training in 1991, 1992 at the Indiana State Police Lab for general evidence and. Pardon? I went through general training at the Indiana State Police Lab for general evidence handling, and then DNA analysis, serology. Eventually, when I came to ATF, I wrote the training manual for there. Oversaw training for most of the analysts. But then, as you said, we do continuing education through our entire career. In addition to keeping up with the literature, I've attended probably over 80 DNA workshops, training seminars, things like that over the course of almost 35 years now.
Now, how much of your time is actually devoted to DNA typing research?
100%.
Now,
Sorry, 100%.
Now, for the judge, what is DNA?
So DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid. It's a substance in almost all the cells of your body. It's all the cells except for red blood cells. It contains the genetic information or the information that codes for most of your physical characteristics. Most of the DNA across all individuals is the same, which is why we all have 2 eyes, a nose, 2 ears, etc. But there are small differences in that DNA that we look at as forensic scientists. You can think of DNA as a set of encyclopedias on how to build a body. You get one set of encyclopedias from your mom, one set of encyclopedias from your dad at conception, and then your DNA is the same throughout your body. So if we're looking at blood, semen, saliva, all that genetic information is the same across all those fluids. It's even in the cells and the DNA that's left behind in a fingerprint in the body oils and sweat.
Now, what exactly is DNA typing or DNA analysis?
So as a forensic...
Object at this point, because he hasn't been tendered as an expert. So if he's going to go into questions about that, I think he needs to be tendered, and then we have an opportunity to ask you questions.
Well, I'm laying the foundation to get him to an expert.
What was the question?
What exactly is DNA typing or DNA analysis?
I think you'd have to be an
I'll
expert.
sustain the objection since you're asking me specifically to go into explaining what the process is.
Okay. Have you been trained in DNA typing, DNA analysis?
Yes, sir.
And over the 35 years of being a senior DNA analyst, is that your job?
Yes.
And can you tell the court as to what that process is?
What DNA analysis is?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
And is that something that you've been doing for the last 35 years?
Yes, sir.
So at this time, I would move to tender him as an expert in DNA analysis.
Did you want to, what are your,
We'll hear him on that at this point.
all right, you may.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You indicated that at this point you are more in the research than you are actually doing the DNA testing. Would that be fair to say?
Well, this year's been kind of a big year, so I've been doing actually a lot of casework this year, but yeah, my job responsibilities span both research, casework, and advising the Deputy Assistant Director.
And what were you doing in 2021? What was your job in 2021?
I was the DNA technical leader.
Okay. And did you actually do the testing on this case?
So we do kind of a team approach. There was an analyst that did some of the extractions on this, and then I took it after the extraction on.
Okay, so you didn't actually do the testing, you looked at it afterwards?
I did some of the testing, yes. So
Okay.
he did, this individual did the extraction, then I did and we'll probably get into this later, but I did the quantitation, concentration, amplification, genetic analyzer analysis, and then the interpretation and comparison, along with the statistical calculations.
And
Sorry, as well as the statistical calculations. Statistical stats.
And who was the analyst that did the other portions of that investigation?
Mr. Clavens, Adam Clavens.
I'm sorry, I couldn't.
Adam Clavens. He's another analyst in our laboratory.
What is your you have a doctorate degree?
No, sir.
And what is your actual title?
Senior
Have an
scientist.
actual title other than,
Senior scientist of the DNA section.
how many times have you been declared an expert by the courts?
This is, I believe, my 90th time testifying both at the local, state, and federal level.
And have you been qualified here in Cobb County on any case in the past?
I don't believe so, no, sir.
Okay. I don't think I have any further questions, Judge.
All right. Any Horowitz?
I don't have any objection to you being qualified.
Okay, so he is tendered and qualified as a DNA analyst expert.
Thanks, Judge. So, can you go through the process of DNA analysis?
So the goal of DNA analysis is to collect DNA or biological material from evidence from a crime scene, develop DNA profiles from that evidence, and then compare those profiles to the DNA profiles from relevant individuals, determine who could or couldn't be included, or who could or couldn't be possibly included as contributors to those DNA profiles, and then draw conclusions from there.
Now, can you explain the process for conducting DNA typing?
So the first step, and probably the most important step, is the DNA collection, collecting it at the scene, and then collecting the biological material from the evidence itself. It's usually some type of a swabbing collection method. Then we extract the DNA. This is a series of steps that separates the DNA from the cellular and environmental debris. Once we've extracted and purified the DNA, then we determine how much DNA we actually recovered from the evidence. We may have to concentrate the DNA down, but eventually we amplify the DNA. We use a process called polymerase chain reaction, or PCR. This is basically just a molecular Xerox machine that makes millions and millions of copies of specific regions of the DNA. If you go back to the analogy of thinking of DNA as a set of encyclopedias, it's like you're going back in and making specific copies of paragraphs within these sets of encyclopedias and just making millions and millions of copies of those just for visualization purposes. Once we've amplified it, we take those samples and run them through a genetic analyzer. Sorry.
With water.
Thank you. Run it through. Thanks. Run those samples through the genetic analyzer, which separates and detects the amplified product. This gives you basically a graphical representation, which is a series of peaks. We then do the interpretation, determine if the profiles are suitable for comparison purposes. If they are, then we perform the DNA analysis on the known DNA samples from the relevant individuals, draw conclusions, and make determinations of whether or not they could be possibly included or excluded as contributors to the DNA, and perform a statistical calculation to lend weight to those conclusions.
Now, once you kind of get that statistical, let me backtrack. How exactly are they read? Is it in that graph-like kind of representation when you get the results?
Yes, sir.
What types of results can you get once you get to that point?
So when we do our comparisons, we perform a statistical calculation using the software tools and assistant. And the end product of that is a likelihood ratio. A likelihood ratio is really just a statistical calculation that compares the probability of an event under one or under two different hypotheses. And so for DNA specifically, we calculate a likelihood ratio based on probability of seeing that DNA profile, given that the individual is a contributor, divided by the probability of seeing that DNA profile, given that the person is not a contributor. And so depending on the magnitude of that likelihood ratio, that determines our conclusion. If you start kind of in the middle of a likelihood ratio of 1, that just means that neither side is favored. The evidence doesn't provide favorability for inclusion or exclusion. As you go to values less than 1, if it's just under 1, close to 1 but less than 1, There's limited support for exclusion, meaning there's some favorability for exclusion, but it's within a range where we have a higher risk of false exclusion. And then as you get further away from 1 all the way down to 0, we would just conclude that the person's excluded as being a possible contributor. Going the other way, if the value is just greater than 1, it's favoring the hypothesis that probably seeing the evidence given that the person is a contributor. But again, if it's just a little bit greater than 1, you're in that range where you have a higher risk of false inclusion. And so we would say there's limited support for inclusion. But then as you get greater than that and further away from 1, you have more and more support for probably seeing that evidence given that the person is included.
Now, when interpreting these results, do you all have population frequencies?
Yes.
Why are they important?
So we need population frequencies to calculate these statistics. There's different forms of each of these genetic markers we look at, so we need to know how frequently these different forms or these different alleles are found in the population in order to calculate the statistics.
Now, has your lab ever conducted testing that led to the exclusion of a suspect?
Yes.
Is DNA typing used in fields other than criminal cases?
Yes, sir.
And under what circumstances would it be used?
DNA typing is used in medical diagnostic testing, paternity testing, ancestry testing, identification of victims from mass disasters or mass graves, etc.
Now, the process in which you do your DNA typing analysis, is that accepted throughout the scientific community?
Yes, sir.
And is it deemed reliable?
Yes, sir.
And do you know if other agencies use this method?
Yes, sir.
Now, are there controls in place to ensure reliability for your testing?
Yes, sir.
Can you describe them?
We have positive and negative controls that are used throughout the process. Positive controls, a known DNA sample, so we know what the results are supposed to be. And that just ensures that that the DNA analysis was performed correctly throughout. We also have negative controls that have all the same reagents that are used for everything else, except we don't add DNA to those, and those are to detect any contamination.
Detect any?
Contamination.
Now, is there also proficiency testing?
Yes, sir.
And can you explain that?
So proficiency tests, it's a program where we get a set of DNA samples from an external laboratory where we don't know what the results are. We perform our analysis, we submit our results back to that agency. They compare them to the expected results and let us know kind of how we did. Hopefully they match. We do this twice a year.
Is there also some form of quality assurance?
Yes, sir.
Can you explain that?
So the quality assurance program is a program that ensures we produce quality products. This covers everything from laboratory security and the laboratory building all the way from how we hire people, the training of the people, the methods we use, all the way to how we report our analyses as well.
Now, could someone with the same knowledge, experience, and understanding of this process ensure that the testing is repeatable? Sorry, that was a bad question. Can someone with the same training and experience as you complete that same analysis and yield the same results?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is there a peer review process?
Yes, sir.
Can you explain to the court what that is?
It's kind of 2 levels of review. Our laboratory as a whole, because we're accredited, we go through periodic audits from external agencies to make sure we comply with the standards for the accreditation. As a DNA unit specifically, we have to follow the National Quality Assurance Standards, and so we are audited by an external agency every 2 years. But then specifically for these analyses, every report that we put out goes through a technical review. This is a review that's conducted by another qualified DNA analyst, and they review our notes, our laboratory processes, all our worksheets, our results, our conclusions, and the report itself to make sure we didn't make any technical errors. And then after that's performed, we do a administrative review, which is by another individual. This individual makes sure that the report and the analyses were conducted following the laboratory's protocols and guidelines.
Now, I want to direct your attention to this case here. How did you come to work with this case?
Evidence and the transmittal was submitted to our laboratory.
And what were you requested to do?
Our laboratory was requested to perform DNA analysis on 3 9mm cartridge cases and a set of 2 swabs from a firearm, and then known DNA samples from 4 individuals.
Okay. Now, were you able to fulfill that request?
Yes, sir.
Now, what items did you specifically analyze?
We analyzed those 3 9mm cartridge cases, the 2 swabs, and then the 4 samples, known DNA samples from 4 individuals.
Now, I'm going to show you what's already been admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit 657. Do you recognize the labeling on this 657?
Yes, sir.
And if you'll turn it over, what is this labeled as?
This is labeled as the known DNA sample from Jacob Hicks, the buccal swabs.
And is this the buccal swabs that were used in your analysis?
Yes, sir.
Right. Then moving to State's Exhibit 482 that's already been admitted into evidence, do you recognize the labeling on that?
Yes, sir.
And if you'll flip it over again, what is this exhibit?
These are labeled as the known DNA samples from Matthew Scott Lanz, buccal swabs.
Now, State's Exhibit 602, 603, 604, do you recognize the labeling on those?
Yes, sir.
And what are these exhibits?
These are labeled as the 3 9mm fire cartridge cases.
And are these the cartridge casings that were swabbed for DNA?
Yes, sir.
Now, once you had all of this information, or all of these exhibits, did you conduct your analysis?
Yes, sir.
And once you conducted your analysis of those exhibits, did you reduce your findings to a report?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 671. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 671?
Yes, sir.
How do you recognize it?
It has my initials on each page and then the final page is signed.
Is this your report for this case?
Yes, sir.
At this time, the state moves to enter what's marked as State's Exhibit 671 into evidence.
Is there any objection?
Yes, Your Honor, we object to the document itself going out because it's a report, it's continuing testimony.
Well-
We'll testify from it, certainly, but not to have it tendered and go out to the court.
Let me hear your response.
So that objection doesn't go towards the admissibility of the report itself. Now, his objection would be at a different time.
I was going to say, are you talking about the court seeing it or being admitted?
I mean, it can be admitted as part of the case, but it can't go back to the court because it's continuing testimony.
Okay, but your objection, I was asking if there's an objection to its admittance. So,
Correct. It only has to go into the court,
Okay.
be able to use that and read from it.
okay, so I don't think we're there yet. So I'm going to overrule the objection as to, I'll admit it over objection. And then when we get to
Specific part.
evidence that the court will get to review, then we can address that. But I'm going to admit it over the objection.
Thank you, Judge. May I call the judge?
Yes.
now showing you the first page of 607, State's Exhibit 671. What is this header up here?
That's just describing our laboratory.
And is that the ATF?
Yes.
All right. Now down here, below that to the right, is what information do we find here?
So that's the date the report was transmitted. It's our laboratory's case number, has the 2 submission numbers, or evidence was submitted at 2 different times. Has the reference number, which is our ATF agent's case number, because of course that's different. Then there's the title of the actual investigation, and then for this the type of exam, it's my specific exam, forensic biology.
Now, under reference title, what is the reference title that you have here?
The title is Verbena Drive Homicide.
Now, what information did you have when you actually received these items?
There's usually a report of investigation that we get along with the evidence that describes where the evidence came from. Potentially a little bit of background so we know what we're actually performing DNA analysis on.
And from where it came from, is that Verbena Drive homicide?
Yes.
Okay. Now, down below, we have listed exhibits. What are these 3 here?
So lab exhibit numbers 1, 2, and 3, as well as agency exhibit numbers 1, 2, and 3, are the 3 9mm cartridge cases.
And are those the 3 that you've already identified in your testimony?
Yes, sir.
Now, I did forget to show you State's Exhibit 461 that's already been admitted into evidence. Do you recognize that exhibit?
Yes.
Now, is 461 what you have listed here as number 4?
Yes.
And is that the swabs of the ZEV 9 OZ9?
That's how they were identified to us, yes.
Okay. Now, as we continue down in that section, what were the other items that were submitted to you?
So exhibits 5, 6, 7, and 8 are the 4 known DNA samples from the relevant individuals.
Now, you have already, for number 5 and number 6, were those the items that you've already identified here in court?
Yes, sir.
Now, if you will please ask this. As we proceed through your report, do you have some sort of a grid system indicating the results?
Yes, in order to try to simplify how we report results, we report it in a table fashion.
Now, I'm going to show you page 2 of 671. Now, for the court, can you walk through this grid so we can understand your findings?
Yes. So the left column is the exhibit number. So we just talked about exhibits 5, 6, 7, and 8. Those are the 4 known DNA samples. Going across there, we have the sub-exhibit number. So whenever we take a cutting of something, we create a sub-exhibit from that. So 5.1, 6.1, 7.1, 8.1. 5.1, 6.1, 7.1, and 8.1 are all the sub-exhibits from exhibits 5 through 8. 5.1, this is the cutting of the known DNA sample from Matthew Scott Lanz. 6.1 was the known DNA sample from Jacob Hicks. 7.1 was the known DNA sample from Steven Sinatra. And then 8.1 was the known DNA sample from Timothy Hicks. So you go across, the next column lists results. So here we just kind of summarize the DNA profile we saw. These were known DNA samples, so they should be single source. So in this case, for all 4 of these, we obtained a single source male DNA profile. The next column just lists whether or not that profile is suitable for comparison. Again, these are known DNA samples, so yes, they were all 4 were suitable for comparison. Going down to exhibit number 1, 2, 3, that's the combined sample of the fired cartridge cases. that just fell under sub-exhibit 1.1. Those are the combined swabs from the 3 9mm cartridge cases. The result from that was a DNA profile consistent with 2 contributors. At least one of those contributors was male, and it was suitable for comparison. Going across, there's a whole section for conclusions, and you can see those 5 conclusions I listed before. In this case, found that there was support for inclusion for Jacob Hicks, Exhibit 6.1, support for inclusion as a contributor, possible contributor to this profile from the 3 fire cartridge cases.
And I'm going to kind of stop you there, and then we'll just talk about that finding, and we'll move on to the next one.
Okay.
So going to the exhibit number 1, 2, 3 column here, we see combined swabs from 3 9mm cartridge casings. Were swabs taken of those 3 casings?
Yes, it's a kind of a rinse and swab method that we developed specifically for fire cartridge cases. And we're kind of weighing, if we do each one individually, we expect very little amounts of DNA from fire cartridge cases. So since these all had the same markings, same caliber, the individual collected the DNA from all 3 of these as one sample.
So swab all 3 of them, and that was used in your comparison to these known DNA samples of Matthew Lanz, Jacob Hicks, Stephen Sinatra, and Timothy Hicks.
Correct.
All right. Now, did you follow your DNA analysis process while comparing the DNA profile from the 9mm cartridge cases to the known DNA profiles?
Yes.
Now, is that what we're finding as a result here in that second, or I guess the 4th box to the right?
So that result is determining whether or not the profile is suitable for comparison, and then the next columns are the actual results of the comparisons.
Now, for the results for the cartridge cases, were 2 types of profiles found?
It was determined to be a mixture of 2 individuals, yes.
All right. Now, as we move over, we see Jacob Hicks. What does it mean when Jacob Hicks is in this column?
So if you remember when we described the possible results we can get from our comparisons, one of those was support for inclusion. And so when we did this comparison to Mr. Hicks, to Jacob Hicks, then the likelihood ratio gave a result that was much greater than 1. Therefore, it favored the probability of seeing this evidence, given that Jacob Hicks was a contributor to the mixture.
Now, were you sent the DNA profile of Amber Hicks?
Yes. Or no, sorry, no, sir.
All right. Is it possible if it could be an Amber Hicks's DNA on these cartridge casings?
Yes, she could be the second individual, yes.
And over here on the far right, we haven't got to this column here. What's this column?
That's the result that favored exclusion. And in this case, these individuals were excluded as being possible contributors to the DNA profile.
So for the cartridge casings themselves, was Matthew Lanz, Stephen Sinatra, and Timothy Justin Hicks excluded from these 2 profiles that was found, given the population frequency?
Yes, I mean, it's a single profile. It's a mixture of 2 individuals, but yes, they were excluded as being contributors to that mixture.
Now, I want to talk a little bit about touch DNA. What is touch DNA?
So touch DNA, trace DNA, this is just a general reference to something different than what we typically thought of DNA analysis in the past, where it was blood and body fluids. This is being able to get a DNA profile from something you've touched or it's been touched. It's DNA that's left behind in the body oils or sweat in the fingerprint, or it doesn't have to be a finger, but something that's come in contact with you.
Now, if a child were to pick up a casing and play with it, is it possible for that child's DNA to be on a casing?
Yes.
Now, in your experience on discharge casings or cartridges, how successful are you in actually extracting DNA off of spent casings?
On a per sample basis, about 30% of the time, we get a DNA profile that's suitable for comparison from a sample from fire cartridge cases.
After a casing is actually fired, is that when a majority of the DNA could be destroyed?
There's a lot of factors that affect how much DNA we recover and the quality of that DNA. There's just the deposition itself is affected by the substrate, how much pressure, how the pressure was applied, but also the substrate itself. One of the biggest factors we found was DNA interacts with copper that's in brass and degrades DNA, which can have almost as big of a degradation effect as the firing process. So there's many different factors that can affect the amount of DNA we recover from a fire cartridge case.
Now, not only physically holding it, if a casing is ejected out of a firearm and lands on a carpet within a house occupied by residents, is it possible for their DNA to end up on that cartridge casing?
Is it possible? Potentially. But again, there's a lot of factors, more DNA transfers with direct contact, more contacts that happen, the further away you get from the direct contact, the less DNA that can be transferred. Depends how much DNA and biological material is on that carpet to begin with. If it falls in a corner that's not stepped on very often, or there's not much contact with your skin, that would reduce the amount of DNA that can be transferred. If people don't walk with their bare feet on the carpet, then there might not be much biological material there to begin with to transfer. Things transfer if they're wet more often than if dried surfaces, so there's a lot of factors that would affect that.
Now, for your findings in this specific examination of the casings, were you able to, did you find a population frequency?
We performed our statistical calculation, yes.
Now, moving to page...
Our statistical calculation.
I'm moving to page 3 of State's Exhibit 671. Now, within this paragraph here, if you'll tell the court what your findings were as it relates to Jacob Hicks.
Do you mind if I read from the report?
If you'll read from the report.
So the statistical calculation number 1, which if you look at the table again, that's what was in that final column. We label each of the statistical calculations. First, we list what the conclusion was to begin with, and that was a DNA profile consistent with a mixture of 2 individuals was obtained from this sample, Exhibit 1.1, which again was the DNA collected from the 3 fired cartridge cases. We list our assumptions. So in this case, we're assuming that 2 individuals are assumed to have contributed to the DNA profile. And then we list the 2 different hypotheses. So again, when we're talking about the likelihood ratio, this is probability of seeing the evidence under one hypothesis, which in this case, called the inclusionary hypothesis. The DNA originated from Jacob Hicks and an unrelated unknown individual, or the other hypothesis, in this case, the exclusionary hypothesis. The DNA originated from 2 unrelated unknown individuals. Those are the assumptions and the hypotheses. And so then the actual likelihood ratio, the DNA profile is at least 1 trillion times more likely if it originated from Jacob Hicks and an unrelated unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unrelated unknown individuals. Kind of putting this in a different context, the probability of an unrelated individual in the population who has not contributed DNA to this sample yielding this level of support is less than 1 in 1 trillion. And then F, the F statement, just based on this calculation, there is evidentiary support for the inclusion of Jacob Hicks as a possible contributor to the DNA profile obtained from Exhibit 1.1. And that last statement, we had one locus, one of the genetic markers we look at, SC33, had an artifact in it, so we did not use that in the calculation.
Now, I want to talk about your population frequency. 1 trillion is a big number. Is that the specific number, or do you have parameters as to your frequency?
The actual likelihood ratio is bigger than that, but we cap it at 1 trillion because once you get to quadrillion, quintillion, sextillion, it becomes kind of meaningless. So we cap it at 1 trillion.
So it's more than the 1 trillion, but for your guidelines, you stop at 1 trillion.
Yes.
All right, now I'm going to move back to page 2 of this exhibit. Now, if you'll walk through this line in the grid for the judge.
Sorry, I didn't see which one.
Sorry, the last line here.
So here, again, we're talking about Exhibit 4, and then the sub-item from that, which is the cuttings of the swabs. These were the set of swabs from the pistol. And again, we've obtained a DNA profile consistent with a mixture of 2 individuals. At least one of those was male. We determined that the profile was suitable for comparison purposes. And then, in this case, Matthew Scott Lanz, there was support for inclusion of Matthew Scott Lanz as being a contributor to this mixture.
Now, and over here on the excluded, who do we see here?
So Jacob Hicks, Stephen Sinatra, and Timothy Hicks were all excluded as possible contributors to this DNA profile.
Now, were you sent the DNA profile of a Scott Lanz?
Just Matthew Scott Lanz, not Scott Lanz, yes.
Now, if Matthew Scott Lanz's father touched this gun, would their DNA match?
Match.
I don't understand that question. Would it match before?
Let me,
Can you just rephrase what?
yeah, I'll rephrase my question. Sorry, Jeff. Let me give an example. If both Matthew Scott Lanz and Scott Lanz touched this gun, or a gun, would you see a difference between the DNA profile?
We can distinguish between father and son, yes.
And so in the swab that was taken of the pistol compared to these DNA profiles, was Matthew Scott Lanz included?
There was support for his inclusion as a contributor to the DNA profile from the swabs of the firearm.
Now, with your results, it reads that there is another contributor to that mixture. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
If the father had touched this gun, is it possible that his DNA is on the gun too?
It is possible, yes.
And not being sent his DNA profile, are you unable to tell us whether or not the father's DNA is on the gun?
Correct. Without being able to make that comparison, we can't determine.
Now, going to the population frequency of Matthew Lanz's population frequency of inclusion, if you'll tell the court your finding.
So again, I don't know if you want me to repeat these, but they're kind of the same. The initial statement, then A, B, and C are all the same as above because these were both 2-person mixtures. Inclusionary hypothesis, Matthew Scott Lanz, and inclusionary hypothesis was DNA originated from Matthew Scott Lanz and an unknown, unrelated individual. Exclusionary hypothesis is that the DNA originated from 2 unrelated, unknown individuals. The likelihood ratio, statement D, the DNA profile is at least 1 trillion times more likely if it originated from Matthew Scott Lanz and an unknown or unrelated, unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unrelated, unknown individuals. And again, putting this in a little bit different context, the probability of an unrelated individual in the population who has not contributed DNA to this sample yielding this level of support is less than 1 in 1 trillion. Based on this calculation, there's evidentiary support for the inclusion of Matthew Scott Lanz as a possible contributor to the DNA profile obtained from 4.1, which were the swabs of the firearm.
So now, just to go back to this, to page 1 of the exhibit. So those findings that you just gave to the court were that the swabs of the ZEV OZ9 pistol had 2 profiles on them, one of which was Matthew Scott Lanz.
There was support for inclusion of him as being a possible contributor, yes.
Now, as you finalized your report, was it peer reviewed?
Yes, sir.
And was it approved through the peer review process?
Yes, sir.
Nothing further, Judge.
Thank you. Mary, you can proceed with your cross.
Just got a couple of questions. You received the firearm, correct, in your lab?
I actually don't know. I just know from what we received for DNA analysis, we received the fire cartridge cases and the 2 swabs of the firearm. I don't know if we received the firearm itself at the laboratory in Maryland.
Does your lab, I know it's an ATF lab, do they process firearms for trace evidence? Do you know?
Yes.
They do. Okay. And do you know whether this firearm was ever given to the lab for any trace evidence?
I believe it went for the exam at our Atlanta laboratory. And so if it went there, they would treat it like any other piece of evidence where we try to maximally exploit any potential evidence on that, which includes fingerprints, trace fibers, and DNA.
And I was a little confused about this question. Would it be possible for Amber Hicks's DNA to be on the shell casings? You were not given her DNA sample, or were you?
We were not, therefore couldn't make that comparison.
So when the state asks you if it's possible, I guess anything's possible, but not the probable. If you didn't get it, there's no way you'd be able to know, right?
I can't say if it's probable or not probable. I wasn't given the sample to do the comparison.
All we know is that Jacob Hicks' DNA did show up on those shell casings.
There was support for inclusion of Jacob Hicks on those cartridge cases. I can't say definitively one way or the other.
Right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Barry. Any Horowitz, is there any follow-up or redirect?
No, Judge.
And Mr. Bill, be excused?
Yes, Judge.
Right, you're excused.
Thank you very much.
Why don't we take a quick break, and if I can have the attorneys approach just 1 moment. would be 410. Yeah, we'll be done. 410.
Okay. I'll go grab my water real quick. All right, we'll cross that bridge when they get to me, all right? Okay, good.
Oh, yeah, I'm good.
Yeah, they move, they don't like seeing the faculties kids.
Okay.
You know, students and the, people understand it's more important.
Oh, really? I could put the petition in where you,
Yeah.
you want to go right here?
So I want, they want to see the attorneys.
So right now, the lot people is the same. We are taking it for.
I should be seeing that seal.
No, we don't, should we.
Hopefully from
Yeah,
you.
we should be seeing.
Keeping everything in order.
All right, we're still on break. The attorneys need a little longer time for discussions, and so if you all want to let me know when the attorneys are ready, I will come back in. Thanks.
Sorry.
Come back because not back there. Okay. And I'm not on my
Okay. I'll let the guys downstairs know as well. I muted it earlier, but.
Okay.
Record is back in session.
Thank you. Everyone have a seat for me. Thank you. We are back on the record for the state of Georgia versus Matthew Scott Lanz. All parties are present. Okay, are we ready to proceed? Is there anything we need to put on the record?
We are, Judge, would like to put one thing on the record. We had an opportunity to talk about the projection that I might have as to the playing video from Sandy Springs. The state has agreed to put in a couple of photographs and will not do the video.
Okay.
So we come to that conclusion, so I think we're ready to move on.
Okay. All right.
That's
Y'all-
correct, Judge.
Anything else that we need to put on the record?
Okay.
All right, y'all call your next witness.
At this time, the state calls Vanna Kelly.
Raise your right hand, please. You do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give the court on the issue now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Thank you. Please have a seat for me. And once seated, if you would please state and spell your true and correct legal name for the record.
My name is Vanna Kelly, VANNAKELLEY.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Ms. Kelly, how are you employed?
I am a firearm and tool marking examiner with the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, which is commonly known as the ATF.
And how long have you been working there?
It will be 6 years in January.
For the court, can you go over your education, training, and experience that has led you to become a firearms tool mark examiner for the ATF?
I have a Bachelor's of Science in Criminal Justice and a Master's in Public Administration. As I was finishing up my master's degree at the University of Georgia in 2011, I was hired by the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, which is the GBI. And at that time, in 2011, I served for 1 year at the GBI as a NIBIN technician. NIBIN is NIBIN, and that acronym stands for the National Integrated Ballistics Information Network. So essentially, as a NIBIN technician, I was imaging information from fired cartridge cases into a database, and that database will return potentially linked crime scenes to each other. After doing that for a year, I began training as a firearms examiner at the GBI. The GBI's in-house training program to be a firearms examiner was 1 year long, and during that time, I studied several different topics related to firearms examination, which included ammunition, learning about different types of firearms. I went on manufacturing tours to see how firearms are made, manufacturing tours to see how ammunition is made. I also trained other examiners while I was there, and I did, I believe, 5 armors courses with different firearms manufacturers. So armors courses are courses that are put on by the gun manufacturers, where basically we fully take apart a firearm, learn about how that firearm and all the parts function, reassemble the firearm, do safety checks to make sure that the firearm is functioning again, and learn about different troubleshooting techniques. Also at the GBI, I did serial number restorations, which is trying to recover a serial number that has been obliterated, that you can't read anymore. And also distance determinations, which were looking at gunpowder particles to try to determine how far the muzzle of the firearm was to the object that got shot. Additionally, since I've been at the ATF, I've went on more manufacturing tours. I'm also an instructor with the National Firearms Examiner Academy, where I teach other firearms examiners throughout the United States how to do different areas like I explained, and also still do serial number restorations. And I received additional training at the ATF in tool mark examination, which is that broader category of tools, including things like bolt cutters, knives, etc. like that, whereas firearms identification, firearms being a specific type of tool. So.
And so in total, you've been with the ATF for 6 years.
Yes.
And does that year-long program that you were with the ATF, does that count in that 6 years, or is that prior to that?
So the year-long training was my initial training with the GBI, and then I had, I think it was additional training of months of the toolmark training, in addition to the training I already had from the GBI when I got to the ATF.
Now, have you ever testified as an expert in firearms identification and analysis?
Yes.
About how many times?
92 prior to today.
Ever here in Cobb County?
Yes.
At this time, the state tenders Ms. Kelly as an expert in firearms identification and analysis.
No objection, Kelly.
She's tendered and accepted as a firearms identification analysis.
Now, for the court, can you kind of explain what it means to be a firearm examiner?
Yes, so as a firearms examiner, my main responsibility is looking at fired ammunition components such as bullets and cartridge cases to determine if those bullets were fired from the same firearm, multiple firearms, the same thing with cartridge cases. Do the cartridge cases I have represent one firearm, multiple firearms, or if a firearm or multiple firearms are submitted for analysis, I can also create test fires with the firearm and then analyze those bullets and cartridge cases from the firearm to the bullets and cartridge cases from the scene.
Now, generally, can you explain how, I guess the gun works and it interacts with the cartridge case, or the cartridge, then it becomes a casing, and so on?
May I use a demonstrative aid?
Sure.
Okay.
Oh, you've got it up there with you.
Yes.
Okay.
What I have is a large-scale plastic model of what I use the term cartridge. So a cartridge is going to refer to a single piece of unfired ammunition. So when all of the pieces are still together, that's called a cartridge. Now once the cartridge is loaded into the firearm, the trigger is pulled, several things are going to happen. So one of the things that's going to happen is that a firing pin is going to strike in this gray area here and leave an indentation. So this is called the primer, and it's located here on the head of the cartridge case. Also, the cartridge case is where the gunpowder is housed. So inside this cup is where all of the gunpowder would be in the cartridge case, and once that primer is struck here, that's what ignites the gunpowder inside of the cartridge case. So when this is all together and that gunpowder has been ignited, what's happening is pressures are building up inside of this cartridge case, and when that pressure becomes too much, that's what pushes the bullet out of the cartridge case and forces it down the barrel of the firearm. So the bullet is then the projectile that's leaving into the firearm, and the cartridge case in some instances will be ejected from the firearm, or if we're talking about a revolver, it would remain in the firearm until manually ejected. And as this ammunition, both the cartridge case, including the primer portion, and the bullet are interacting with the firearm is imparting the information that I'm going to be looking at to make those comparisons and make those conclusions about whether this bullet was fired from the same, firearm, or whether the cartridge case was fired from the same firearm as other cartridge cases or from a particular firearm.
Now, how do you go about actually doing that examination if you're sent a cartridge or sent cartridge to a firearm?
So if I receive a fired cartridge case and a firearm, the first part of my analysis is going to be looking at what are called class characteristics. So class characteristics are measurable features of a specimen that indicate a restricted or a more limited group source. So class characteristics are things that are predetermined by the manufacturer. They're design factors that happen, they're decisions that are made by the manufacturer before the manufacturing process begins. So, for instance, I like to use the analogy of class characteristics. If you had to go out to the parking lot and you're looking for a blue Ford F-150. Well, the color blue is a class characteristic. It's an F-150, that's a class characteristic. You know you're looking for a truck. So we're able to quickly narrow down what we're looking for, because anything that's red that's not our class characteristic. We don't need to consider that. Anything that's a car, sedan, that's not a class characteristic we're interested in. So class characteristics take the larger group and help us narrow it down. So as far as when I'm looking at a fired cartridge case, some of those class characteristics can be, for instance, the caliber. If I have a 9mm cartridge case, well, is my firearm also 9mm, or is my firearm 45 caliber? Well, if they're both 9mm, then the class characteristics agree. I should investigate this further. But if, the class agreement is not there, then the 9mm cartridge case wasn't fired from a 45 caliber because the class don't agree. So some other things on a cartridge case that are class characteristics would include the type of marks that are left on the primer. Sometimes they can be like parallel lines, sometimes they're arching lines. So all of those would be things I would look at, and also the shape of the firing pin is a common class characteristic to look at as well. So some of the common shapes that we see for the firing pins can include an elliptical shape or also a circular shape. So sometimes the primer will have a rectangle, but we would know that anytime if the primer is a rectangle, then surely it wasn't fired from something that's indicating a circular, because those are two different class characteristics. So the class characteristics are my first level of analysis. Like I said, if the class are in agreement, then I will move on to the second level, which are called individual characteristics. Now, the individual characteristics are the marks that are caused by the irregularities and the imperfections on the tool surface. So those can occur incidental to manufacturing, or also after the gun has been produced. There might be damage to the gun or corrosion or just using the firearm can all influence those individual characteristics. So it's the individual characteristics that allow me to take that larger class group source and then look at those microscopic imperfections that are imparted onto the ammunition that allow me then say, yes, this was fired from the same firearm, or no, they were fired from different firearms.
Now, when you're just sent cartridge casings themselves, are you able to just take those and determine whether or not those casings came from one gun?
Yes, even when I do not have a firearm for comparison, I can still take multiple fired cartridge cases and compare them to each other on my comparison microscope, which my microscope allows me to have like a left stage and a right stage. So I basically put a piece of evidence on my left stage, a piece of evidence on my right stage, and when I look through my eyepiece, I'm seeing both of those items side by side under lighting and magnification. So yes, I can compare multiple fired cartridge cases to each other under my comparison microscope.
And basically determine that those casings came from one particular firearm.
If that is the scenario, yes, I can decide, yes, if those individual characteristics I'm seeing, if they're in agreement, then they were fired from the same firearm. But if I'm seeing either class or individual characteristics that are not in agreement, then I would have to conclude they were not fired from the same firearm.
Perfect. Now, are the methods and processes that you take at the ATF, are they reliable?
Yes, and these are the same. These are common in the field of firearms identification to use these processes that I'm talking about, and I use similar processes to do these comparisons both at the GBI and at the ATF.
Now, can someone with the same training and background conduct the same testing and come to the same result?
So all of my testing is actually physically looked at by a second examiner, and that second examiner with the training and experience has to look at the evidence themselves microscopically, and they also reach conclusions. And so before a report can even be issued, two examiners with the training and experience have looked at that and concluded the same things.
Now, is that just the peer review process?
So we actually have multiple levels. First step is once I'm finished with the physical comparison of the evidence, it goes through a process called verification. And that's where that second examiner will take the physical evidence and also look at it on their microscope. And then after they reach their conclusions, then I can put together all of my paperwork, and then it moves on to a technical review process. During the technical review process, another examiner is looking over all of the data that I recorded and all of my photographs and my report to make sure that everything I have assembled for the case file supports the conclusions that I am reporting. In addition to that, it also goes to another process of administrative review where a supervisor will look over the whole case file as well, more for administrative, but they can also call into question anything at that time as well.
Perfect. So I want to direct your attention to this case here. Did you perform a firearm examination in this case?
Yes, I did.
Now, what type of testing were you requested to do?
I received 3 9mm caliber cartridge cases and 1 9mm firearm, and I was asked to compare those cartridge cases to that firearm.
And were you able to do that in this case?
Yes.
Now, before we get further, I'm going to show you what's already been admitted into evidence. State's Exhibits 602, 603, and 604. Do you recognize these exhibits?
Yes, I recognize these exhibits. Each of the packages has a label with the ATF case number that I created that has also the item number and my initials on it.
And are these the 9mm casings that were submitted to the ATF for testing?
Yes.
Now, now I'm going to show you 607. Do you recognize 607?
Yes, the package for Exhibit 607 also has the ATF case number label with the item number and my initials on it, as well as I recognize my initials on the trigger guard of the firearm. And additionally, there's a package in the gun box that are the test fires that I created with this firearm.
Now, is this the firearm that was submitted to the ATF for testing for comparison against these casings found in 602, 603, and 604?
Yes.
All right. Now, I may have already asked, were you able to conduct an analysis of these casings to this firearm?
Yes, I did.
And were your findings reduced to a report?
Yes.
I'm now going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 670. Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes, Exhibit 670 is a copy of the report I issued in this case.
So is this just your report?
Yes, it is.
At this time, the state moves to enter what's marked as State's Exhibit 670 into evidence.
670.
670, yes, Judge.
Is there any objection?
And Judge, we have the same objection as we did on the DNA. It's okay to tender it, but we don't want it to go back.
Okay. So the court will admit it over objection. We will address any issues with what the court sees at the end of the case.
Thank you, Judge. May we publish?
Yes.
Now, starting with your report, what is this header up here?
That header is an indication that it was received first at the ATF's Washington lab in Beltsville, Maryland.
And then down here, what's found in this kind of top right corner of the document?
The date of the report is the date that I issued this report. The case number is a case number that is assigned when the evidence arrives at the ATF laboratory. The submission is, there apparently were multiple packages that were submitted, so this being the third. The reference number is the ATF investigative number, so that's another ATF number, but it's separate from our laboratory case number. The title is a title that comes in on the form when they submit it, and then the type of exam is indicating that they want firearms analysis done.
Now, as to a location of this evidence and where it came from, is that listed here as title?
I do not know if that would be consistent with that information.
Was that information just provided to you and then added into your report?
Yes, that is, when the evidence is submitted to the lab, there is a standard form that they fill out, and the title of the investigation is something that would be received on that paperwork into the laboratory.
All right. Now, down here under exhibits, what exhibits in particular were you sent for testing?
So all of these items, the first 3 lines being the individual 9mm cartridge cases, and the final 4th line being the ZEV Technologies Model OZ9 9mm pistol. All of those items listed there are the ones that I compared for this case.
And just for the record, can you read out the serial number of the firearm?
The serial number is ZA04909.
Now, for the court, can you describe the process that you took when you did your comparison of these cartridge casings to themselves, then to the firearm?
So yes, the first thing I did was take each of the 9mm fired cartridge cases and put those on my microscope and compared those 3 to each other. After I did that comparison, then I made 2 test fires with the firearm, and then I took the test fires, which also would then be fired bullets and cartridge cases, and I compared those test fires to the group of 3 other cartridge cases.
Now, when it comes to the firearm itself, how do you do that comparison to these cartridge casings?
So the first thing I do is make test fires using the firearm. So in this instance, I took the ZEV 9mm pistol, and we have a large metal water tank. So as the name implies, it's a large tank. It's filled with water, and then on the front side of it is a port, and in that port is where I insert the firearm. And when I fire the firearm, the bullet goes down into the water, and the water serves to slow the bullet down. And then, as I'm test firing it, the cartridge case is ejected into a net that surrounds that port. So then I'm able to collect those samples, because I have now shot this firearm myself. So I know that that bullet I'm collecting and these cartridge cases I'm collecting, those are representative samples of the marks this particular firearm is making. So once I have, kind of the apples to apples comparison, now I have, the cartridge cases test fired, and I have the evidence from the scene. I can then compare the test fired cartridge cases to those 3 scene cartridge cases.
Now, the 3 9mm cartridge casings that you were submitted, were they fired from the same firearm?
Yes, first I determined that those 3 9mm cartridge cases were all fired from the same firearm.
Now, after conducting those test fires from the ZEV Technologies Model OZ9 9mm pistol, did you compare those test fires to those 9mm casings?
Yes, I did.
Now, what were your results?
I also determined that those 3 cartridge cases were fired from that ZEV Technologies Model OZ9 9mm pistol.
And is that notated here under your results and examinations?
Yes, the first line stating a conclusion, which is actually the second line, says the exhibit 9 through 11, which are our ATF numbers, the exhibit 9 through 11 cartridge cases were identified as having been fired in the exhibit 12 firearm.
Now, after you came to your specific results, was your findings peer-reviewed?
Well, first the term we use is verification. So yes, after I have recorded my conclusions and my analysis notes, I then pass that off to the second examiner, who then does the physical comparison of the evidence as well.
And after it went through that process, was your report approved?
Yes.
Nothing further, thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Hurwitz. Attorney Beverly, you may proceed with the cross.
Were you asked, Ms. Kelly, to do anything else with this firearm other than to test the cartridge cases?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you know if anybody at the crime lab look for any trace evidence on the butt of this gun?
Part of my analysis does include recording whether there was any trace evidence that was visible to me. I'm not a trace examiner, but I would not know if a specific trace analyst looked at this firearm or not.
Okay. And you were not asked to make any determination about muzzle to target distance or anything of that nature?
No, sir.
You didn't have any of that information. The only other question that I have is when you fire this weapon, it ejects the cartridge, correct?
Yes.
In this particular type of weapon, how far would this bullet or this cartridge be ejected from the weapon?
I wouldn't be able to answer that. Like I said, when I create my test fires, there is a net that is stopping it from traveling any further. And the distance that it could travel obviously would vary between different types of firearms. And I would say possibly often it's the case that cartridge cases are not recovered from where exactly, because when I do shoot in a range, they're prone to roll, bounce, it could be several reasons why cartridge cases, once they're collected on a scene, are not in the area they would have been if they had only just been ejected from a firearm and then stopped there.
But normally if you find them in a cluster, then you can pretty much tell where the person may be standing at the time the weapon was fired.
That wouldn't be part of my analysis if other people wanted to draw conclusions about that.
Maybe somebody else that might look at that particular area.
It's possible.
Okay, thank you very much.
Great, thank you, Attorney Barry. Any Burwitz, any follow-up?
None from the state judge.
All right, but this is the excuse.
Yes, Judge.
All right, this is the excuse.
Thank you.
That is
All right, state, you can call your next witness.
At this time, the state calls Sergeant Jeff Inman.
Thank you for raising your right hand. You do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give the court on the issue now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
And once seated, if you would please state and spell your true and correct legal name for the record.
Spell.
Yeah, you have a seat, and then you can, please state and then spell your true and correct legal name for the record.
My name is Sergeant Jeffrey Inman. It's JEFFREYINMAN.
Thank you. You may proceed.
All right, Sergeant. How are you employed?
I am a sergeant with the Sandy Springs Police Department.
How long have you been with Sandy Springs Police Department?
I'm one of the original officers. I started on July 1st, 2006.
So since 2006, have you been post certified?
I have been. I started with Fulton County in 1997.
So since 1997, you've been post certified?
I have.
Now, I want to direct your attention to November the 19th, 2021. Were you on duty that morning?
I was.
In what capacity?
I was one of the patrolman supervisors, sergeants that were on the road.
Now, did you respond to 90 Cameron Glen Drive?
I did.
And is that in Sandy Springs?
It is, yes it is.
Now, why were you responding to that area?
We got a burglary in progress call that came out. So I started heading that way, and we got a second burglary in progress call that came out in the same location.
Now, around what time did you respond to that location?
And it was around 9 o'clock in the morning.
When you arrived to that location, what did you observe?
When I arrived at the location, we had Officer Bips was getting a pepper ball launcher out of his trunk of his car. The homeowner was out in the driveway, at the end of the driveway near the road. I walked into the house. We had about 8 officers that were in there. Sergeant Roush was standing at the bottom of the staircase talking to somebody at the top of the staircase. Sergeant Petruska was in the process of getting some equipment. I believe it was a ballistic shield. And since I was the third sergeant that arrived on scene and they were busy, I took control of the situation.
Now, while were you physically inside the house?
I was, yes.
And where in the house were you when Sergeant Roush was having a conversation with the person upstairs?
I initially walked around the main floor, checking to make sure that we had enough personnel that was in the house. I then walked over towards the front door to make sure that we had a perimeter set up on the house, making sure that nobody can get out of the house without our knowledge.
Now, at some point, did an individual come downstairs?
Yes, he did.
How were they dressed?
They were dressed in camouflage, military-style outfit.
Now, were officers equipped with body camera?
Yes, they were.
Now, I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 672. Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
This is off of Sergeant Roush's body cam.
I'm sorry, what was his body cam?
Sergeant Roush.
Could you spell this for me?
R-A-U-S-H-E, I believe it is.
Thank you.
And is this a screenshot from the body camera of the man coming down the stairs?
It is, yes.
And is it a fair depiction of that recorded on the body camera?
Yes, it is.
At this time, the state moves to enter what's marked as State's Exhibit 672 into evidence.
State 672 is admitted.
Now, what we're seeing here in State's Exhibit 672, is this a picture of when the man is coming downstairs?
Yes, it is.
All right. So now, once he comes downstairs, then what happens?
At this point, I'm over towards the front door to the home. As the individual was coming downstairs, Sergeant Roush had made a rapport with him, so they were talking and was trying to convince him to come down the stairs. I heard a commotion behind me, and I turned around, and the individual that was coming down the stairs was basically coming off of the second and third step with his arm raised, coming down at Sergeant Roush, and basically looked like he was in the process of trying to hit Sergeant Roush.
Now, when you saw the defendant looking or attempting to hit Sergeant Roush, what happened after that?
Sergeant Roush raised his arms to block the attack. They started to struggle. They moved into the living room area, and they then went over the back of a couch. At this time, we're now converging in to help Sergeant Roush. And Sergeant Roush is also screaming at the same time. When they got down, after they went over the couch, they basically were kind of intertwined, and they started to roll. When they started to roll, I saw that it was a knife, a small katana knife looking. The individual was then stabbing Roush. I sit there and I yelled out, "Somebody shoot," as I'm drawing my weapon. I had a split second where I had a window. I fired one round, and Sergeant Petruska fired one round, pretty much simultaneously. Sergeant Petruska hit the subject in the chest. I hit the subject in the neck, and the subject then stopped what he was doing and dropped the knife. I then yelled for somebody to handcuff him as I'm reholstering my weapon. I then moved in with Officer Matt Williams and started handcuffing, and then the individual started fighting it. And we finally got him handcuffed. We separated Sergeant Roush from him, and Officer Mike Blythe then started treating Sergeant Rouse for his wounds. We then carried the individual outside of the house to the front lawn to where we could then start treating his wounds.
Now, when separated, part of treating the defendant's wounds was that was kind of tearing off his clothes, part of that rendering of
It was, yes.
Now, I want to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 674. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 674?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
It's out on the front lawn of the house where Sergeant Manny is cutting off the individual's clothes.
And is this a fair and accurate screenshot from one of the body cameras of the incident that was taking place in that front yard?
It is, yes.
At this time, the state moves to enter what's marked as State's Exhibit 674.
Any objection? I'm sorry. Okay, state 674 is admitted.
May I publish this?
Yes.
All right. Now, do you remember how many layers the defendant was wearing?
He had on several layers of clothing that needed to be cut off.
Do you remember there being any broken glass at the house?
I do not recall any broken glass in the house, no.
Now, after that incident, let me backtrack. Do you recognize the same individual in this courtroom today?
Can we move the monitor? The one on the desk. That appears to be him.
In describe article of clothing, too. Sorry, I apologize.
I'm sorry, the gentleman in the yellowish green shirt.
Now, before he was shot, the individual seen in State's Exhibit 674, were you able to see his face?
I was able to see his face when he was out on the lawn, yes.
Why couldn't you see his face when he was inside the house?
When it started out, my back was turned to him. When he came off the stairs and started attacking Sergeant Roush, he also had a hat on, which I believe it had maybe had a face covering on it. The situation was when he attacked Roush, they were together and down, so I did not see his face until he was actually taken outside.
In State's Exhibit 674, is this his face covering here?
Yes.
So in addition to the face covering and the military, was he wearing anything on his hands?
He was wearing gloves on his hands.
Okay. And then on top of the mask, was he wearing something on his head?
And it was what in the military we call a beanie hat. So a full brim hat around that they use for best describing was for reconnaissance units that would wear that.
Nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you. Attorney Barry, you may proceed.
Good afternoon, Sergeant.
Thank you, sir.
Did you ever take a statement from Matthew while you were on the scene here?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay, did he say anything to you that is significant?
He uttered some statements while I was in the process of handcuffing, yes.
And what were those statements?
He called us several names. One of the names was, he called us the N-word. He called us pussies. Those are the two main ones that I do recall. I do recall him screaming and yelling at the same time.
Yeah. Did he indicate to you why he had gone to that house?
No, I didn't.
Did you see what automobile he arrived in?
No, sir, I did not.
Nobody pointed out to you the vehicle where it might be sitting?
Not at that time, because what happened is when I got to the scene, I was in control of the scene. So I was not there to interview the subject. I was there to get the subject out of the house.
Monitor what was going on there?
Yes.
Did you have any other involvement with Matthew after that?
I did not know.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Agent Horowitz, any additional questions for Sergeant Inman?
Yes, Judge.
All right, may this witness be excused?
Yes, Judge.
Right, you're excused, Sergeant Inman.
Thank you.
All right, I think it's a natural ending point. It's right about 5 o'clock. Before we adjourn for the evening, is there anything that we need to put on the record? Any procedural concerns or issues?
Not that I know of at this point here.
No, you're not.
All right, so we'll open the courtroom at about 8:30 a.m. tomorrow morning for you all to be able to come in and get ready, and we'll start back at the end of the state, ready for your next witness at 9 a.m.
Thank you.
All right, have a good afternoon, good evening, everyone, please be safe.
Yeah.